We are now live, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome to the January 21 session of the Oregon Transportation Commission, our January meeting. Welcome to everyone who's here. Look forward to a productive day. I want to just make a couple of brief comments and then we'll hear the director's report. So first of all, we have, as I say at every meeting, we have a closed caption capability. There's a slide on the screen, so any and all of you who want to avail yourself of the closed caption capability, please do so. It can be customized with respect to font and typeset, font and background and color and all those features. So if that's something that's helpful to you, please take advantage of it. We will also, as we always do, have a full transcript, written transcript of this, of our meeting today, as we do with each of our meetings, available to the public at your request. So if you're interested in having a written copy of the transcript of our meeting today, please let us know. I only really have a couple of things. One, I want to welcome everyone again, and I think this will be a productive day and a productive year. So I look forward to working with all of you. It's a long session, legislative year here in Oregon. So we're already jumping into that, and we'll hear a little more about that during the course of our day. I want to note that Commissioner Henderson will not be able to attend today's meeting. He's traveling and unavailable. I also want to recognize our great friend and assistant to the Commission, Michelle Bolin. This will be Michelle's last meeting with us. She is moving forward to another position within state government. And so we want to do two things. We want to thank her for her service during interesting times, particularly over the course of 2020 and now into 2021. So she has just been spectacular in her assistance to us. I want to thank her. I know she's listening in, is on the call. And so this is our chance to thank her and also to wish her much success in her new role. And so I guess I want to open the floor for a second to the members of the commission for any comments they might want to add about Michelle. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle, I'm really excited for you and very disappointed for us because you've been such a great asset to the commission and the work that we do. And frankly, I don't know how you managed to keep us all corralled as well as you did, and really appreciate your dedication and your diligence and just your really smart way of working with a diverse group of people and the public. And I know that you will be great in your next job, and we hope to run across you, have you cross our paths sometime in the future, and good luck. Back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brown, any comment from you on this?
Absolutely. You know, Michelle's been there since I came on the commission, and she helped really steer me in the right direction and give me all the information I need. I've talked to her personally and wished her well, but publicly I think we just need to let everyone know that she's one of our exceptional ODOT employees and that we wish her well in her next endeavor, and that she can come back at any time. Just let us know, and we would bring her back with open arms. So, Michelle, you know all the things I've said to you personally, but thank you for all you've done.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you very much, Commissioner, and Commissioner Smith, for your comments.
Yeah, I would have to second all those comments as well as
that were mentioned by other commissioners. But Michelle, just from our conversations that we've had and all the joking and fun, you definitely made it a family environment. And appreciate your humor, your sarcasm, and wherever you go, I'm sure they're going to be winning more than we are, because we lost obviously a great one. But for all that, it's definitely a new opportunity, a new door, and I'll just encourage you to bust through it and be yourself. And I'm sure great things are going to happen either way. And congrats on the new family, and this is a new chapter. So keep running and have fun while you're doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, Michelle, obviously you're extremely well thought of. We all love working with you. And, for me, particularly, I think all of the logistics, and particularly as we transition to a virtual environment, which went very smoothly, it's just everything that you've done for me personally, my role, and everything you've done through all of the changes that have occurred both at the commission, at the agency, and even in your group with departures and arrivals and departures. It's just been a wonderful experience professionally and personally. And we're all better for knowing you, and we look forward, as several have already said, look forward to that continuing. So we know how to find you. Going to have to go through, extensive kinds of training and maybe even some minor surgery to lose track of us. So we look forward to continuing to be in touch. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the director for his report, which might start with comments about Michelle.
Very well timed, sir. So, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, good morning. For the record, Chris Stricker, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. And I, too, want to echo the comments for Michelle, especially the ones around breaking down barriers, diving through doors with a little bit of sarcasm and a little bit of fun associated with that. Michelle, you've been fantastic. You've really carried not just each of the commissioners in times of need, but clearly been a steady hand for myself and the leadership team as well. I'm really happy that you're staying within Oregon State Service. We need you, and we're really happy that you're choosing to stay, and I do want to congratulate you as well. Job well done for the last several years. We've been very lucky to have you in the position you're in, and we're going to be even luckier to have you in future positions. As I go into the director's report, I want to mention just 3 or 4 very quick things. Starting first with the statewide Transportation Improvement Fund consolidation. Senate Bill 1601 passed in July of 2020, directed consolidation of the of the Special Transportation Fund and the Statewide Transportation Improvement Fund programs effective July 1st of 2023. Just a quick update that our Public Transportation Division team is launching a Rules Advisory Committee to develop rules that will maintain the appropriate areas of focus and emphasis established in those programs. And the first of 6 Rules Advisory Committee meetings will begin in spring of 2021. An update for DMV, House Bill 2015, also known as the Driver's Licenses for All, was passed by the Oregon Legislature in 2019. That bill allows individuals who are unable to prove legal presence to obtain a standard driver's license or ID card beginning this year. That service and providing that credential began on January 4th, and I'm happy to report that it is rolled out without incident. And when I say without incident, clearly we have a significant backlog within DMV, but this is one of those where our DMV team is really stepping into that, as well as the other areas, to really accommodate not just the backlog, but new service that continues to pile on top of the old. An anecdote that I wanted to bring up that touched me a bit was we've heard multiple stories from community members across the state already, even though we are only 21 days into 2021 and the new service only began January 4th. But there's one story of an individual who received their license after 13 years of being unable to lawfully drive, and how this law has fundamentally changed their life, allowing them to drive lawfully with insurance and without fear to go to the grocery store, work, places of worship, school, and access other essential services. So another kudos to the DMV team for yet another service coming on their plate. Our Commerce and Compliance Division, previously Motor Carrier Division, is rolling out or beginning, excuse me, I should preface that, they're beginning work on an automated routing permit system. So it's not in the rollout stage yet. Oregon is one of 10 states that lacks any automation for over-dimension permitting. And I know that that is something that has been on the focus of not just the commission, but other members across ODOT, and that is modernizing our services and modernizing the system. A fully implemented automated routing permit system will allow the system to generate single trip permits 365 days a year at all hours of the day. It'll improve service levels, saving carriers time, taking a transaction that has typically been hours in a matter of course down to minutes. It will increase compliance and lower overall program management costs. This is one of those efforts that ties directly in the strategic action plan, modernizing that system, as I mentioned before, but doing so with the use of current technology. As I said before, Oregon is one of 10 states that does not currently have that service, but we are partnered with, or at least in cooperation with 7 other states of those 10 that are trying to bring our systems up to kind of a modern implementation standard. The last thing, and then I will close out my remarks, is the Women's Transportation Seminar. It is an international organization that attracts, sustains, and connects women in the transportation sector. It advances women's careers to strengthen the transportation industry with a focus on equity and access for women. ODOT is a proud sponsor of the Portland chapter of this work, and it's been something that I've been a part of personally myself in years past as well. I'm pleased to announce that a familiar name to you, our Rose Quarter Project Director, Megan Channel, has been named the president of the Portland chapter. She started her 2-year term this month. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Channel. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, those are my remarks, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Strickler. Any questions of the commission to Director Strickler? Not so far, Chris. Could be coming. I want to personally recognize and thank, on behalf of the commission, Megan Channel, who I've had the privilege of working with on a number of things, including, of course, the Rose Quarter Improvement Project. She is a stellar member of our team and great leader in the organization. And it's, as I say, it's just been a pleasure and highly professional, highly competent, just a really the kind of person you want to be associated with in work, and just a real heartfelt congratulations to her on this new role she'll be playing. She's doing a great job in it, I'm sure, as she does with everything she does. So if there are no other comments at this stage, I will move us forward. We're going to move into our public comment period. We have the benefit of being ably assisted in this regard by Michelle Boland. And I think, Michelle, if I have this right, based on the materials you provided to me, we have 13 people who have signed up to comment. As everyone knows, our per person comment time limit is 3 minutes. And we have a couple of elected officials who we'd be starting with, Mayor Clark and Commissioner Cameron. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michelle to officially open this up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, thank you so much for everyone's kind words. I really appreciate it. I'm happy I'm not in person, so you guys can't see me ugly cry. So this is fun. But in regards to the public comment session, I do only have 12 individuals The last individual who signed up for public comment, number 13, will not be testifying today. So we will start off with Mayor Clark, and I have you unmuted, and you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
It would help if I unmuted. There we go. Good morning, Chair Van
Welcome.
Brockman and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. For the record, my name is Kathy Clark, and I'm the mayor of the city of Kaiser, and I'm vice chair of the Mid-Willamette Valley Area Commission on Transportation. I'm here in support of full funding for the rebuild of the Aurora-Donald interchange, which will deliver the project in one phase rather than split into two. MWAC has been a highly collaborative three-county group, and we recognize that getting projects completely and efficiently delivered benefits all of our residents and our region. As a completed project, not prolonged or delayed by phasing, this will make travel safer and more efficient for everyone. The recent installation of the warning signs on I-5 southbound is just one of the many realities that this interchange is a hazard and must be completely updated to deliver the safety and operational effectiveness that we all need. The Oregon legislature has recognized this project as a priority for our region and the state system. Delivering this project now makes sense for the safety of Oregonians. You are in receipt of a letter from MWAC dated January 7, 2021, signed by our chair, Ken Woods. And this is supported by the commission members from Marion, Polk, and Yamhill counties. I ask that you support the request to fully fund the rebuild of the Aurora-Donald interchange. Thank you very much, and I would entertain any questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, very much. We appreciate your being with us this morning and your comments. And I'm sure this is true for all of us. I noted the letter from MWAC in our materials, and so I have reviewed that, as I'm sure have my colleagues. So any questions of the mayor? Okay, well, thank you very much, Mayor Clark, and we appreciate it. And Michelle, I guess we'll move on to Commissioner Cameron.
Yep. Commissioner Cameron, you are unmuted. Please state your name for the record.
Well, thank you. This is Commissioner Kevin Cameron, Marion County Commissioner. Chair Van Brockman, thank you for allowing me to testimony, and members of the committee today. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm not used to doing this without seeing people face to face over the years, but it's great that we can still conduct this important business. So thank you. You have a letter submitted from the Marion County Board of Commissioners for the record. I'd just like to highlight and follow Mayor Clark's importance. We're speaking towards this funding reallocation today, and obviously our request is for the Aurora-Donald interchange. It was one of the first locations visited by the Joint Committee on Transportation when they did their statewide tour prior to the 2017. And I'll never forget Commissioner Brentano came back, and he was, I think, with Jackie, the late Jackie Winters, Senator Jackie Winters, and they almost got hit while they were doing this tour. So the committee went back and said, hey, well, this is an issue. The interchange was constructed about 60 years ago and has been described as ODOT as the worst unsignaled interchange on I-5 within the state of Oregon. The request is a need for $26,627,000 in the 2021-24 STIP in order to complete the interchange. The project total the cost is a $74.9 million, and ODOT currently has $48.273 million available for the interchange project. If the OCT chooses to fund phase 2, it would save $5 million if we complete phase 1 and phase 2 at the same time instead of having years of delay. It can also be done more efficiently with money as well as inconvenience to our citizens who travel this particular area. The full project build-out would greatly improve the traffic operations and safety while avoiding a 2 to 3 year future impact on those motorists in the area. and save dollars. I want to thank you for your consideration and for your service to the citizens of Oregon.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate your being here and your comments as well. And this is certainly something we'll be talking about. So I appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Michelle, I think we can move forward to the next group, maybe the next three, just so people know they're coming up.
Yep.
So I have on that, just so you know, I have I have Mike Jaffe, Ken Wright, and Richard Shepard is the next group in that order.
Perfect. So Mike, I have you unmuted. Please state your name for the record.
Okay, I'm Mike Jaffe. I'm the Transportation Director with the Mid-Atlantic Valley Council of Governments. I'm here also today to talk about the interchange reconstruction. As background, you should know that this is a significantly deficient interchange. As stated earlier, the most efficient interchange along I-5, both geometrically and operationally. Interchange serves as a major truck stop along I-5, but due to its deficient design, interchange operates very poorly. As mentioned, the Joint Committee toured the interchange area in 2017 and saw for themselves why it needs reconstructing. It's frequently evident when you're driving southbound on I-5 from Wilsonville at 70 miles an hour and suddenly come upon a long queue of cars stopped in the right lane of the interstate. This dangerous situation is due to the spillback of cars from the interchange's southbound exit. In the ODOT press release that's attached to the Marion County letter, ODOT explains that it had installed these warning signs about this dangerous situation to warn approaching drivers. Now, as you heard, HB 17 provided $25 million for the reconstruction, an amount known at the time to be insufficient for the full interchange. As ODOT developed the preferred design and the IAMP, which the OTC recently accepted, the full cost for the reconstruction became $75 million. ODOT Region 2 then added the region's entire leverage funds from the current STIP to increase the budget to the $49 million just to build phase one. However, reconstructing the interchange in two separate phases will cost the state at least an extra $5 million, or $80 million total, possibly much more when inflation is factored in. Now, MWAC has discussed this interchange many times over the years, and at their January meeting about a week ago, MWAC unanimously endorsed the letter to the OTC signed by the ACT Chair, Ken Woods. The letter requests OTC provide the $26 million in order to combine and construct phases 1 and phase 2. Combining both phases is desirable for the following 4 reasons. First, it will eliminate the current safety problem and build the ramp terminals that meet ODOT standards for operations for the future. Second, it'll save $5 million, and as I said, likely much more when inflation is considered. It'll only have to do the right-of-way and utility relocations once instead of twice with 2 phases. And then combining both phases reduces the disruption to nearby businesses and interchange users by having only 1 construction phase. The letter from MWAC, which was referenced earlier, has a list of previous letters over the years to the ACT, from the ACT to the OTC and the federal agencies for supporting additional funds to complete this interchange in full. Finally, based on the information here today and in the letters from the county and the ACT, we hope you can find the funds from the COVID Relief Act or another source in order to build both phase 1 and phase 2 now. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jaffe. We appreciate your comments as well as the mayors and the commissioners and the letters we've received on this subject. Michelle?
All right. So I don't believe Ken Wright is on the line at the moment. If he is, I'm unable to identify him with this one phone number, but we can move on to Richard Shepard if you'd like.
Very good.
All right. Richard, you are unmuted, and please state your name for the record.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Michelle, and congratulations, and thank you for your service to our community. Today, Commissioners, first of all, my name is RJ Shepard. I am a co-chair of Bike Loud PDX in Portland, but today I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Today, I'd like to focus on the relief program that is before you today, the federal relief program. We know that ODOT consistently cries out that they do not have the resources to fix their most deadly roads in the state, which increasingly are disproportionately impact the health, accessibility, and safety of BIPOC communities. Meanwhile, the agency is planning to spend billions of dollars expanding freeways. Rather than using the $30 million in this relief funding package to backfill maintenance and operation costs through 2027, the funding should go to where it is needed most, directly to the cities and regions that are most being impacted, and specifically to BIPOC communities. The state has the capacity to raise gas taxes and progressively raise registration fees to backfill operation and maintenance costs, whereas most of these cities and counties do not have that flexibility. While we are nearly a year into this global pandemic, I should remind the OTC that I have not seen a single invited testimony from the Oregon Health Authority nor from county public health agencies on how they can do their part to flatten the curve. With a much more transmissible strain of COVID now circulating that came over from the UK across Oregon, we can expect our hospital capacity to dwindle. The second largest cause of ER visits in Oregon after COVID is from automobile crashes. In fact, the latest ODOT PSAP report, that's the Safety Action Plan, reported that while pedestrians make up nearly 16% of our fatal crashes, pedestrians make up only 4% of our statewide mode share, and we've seen a 20% increase in fatal and serious injury crashes from the previous 4 years, from 2012 to 2018, 2014 to 2018. So this relief funding must go directly to county and city partners with the expectation that they will use it to perform radical street transformations to eliminate pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicle fatalities. That includes fast-tracking our Safe Routes to School project so that way our students can safely bike and walk to school as they return to classrooms, creating more pedestrian island crossings, reallocating lanes on our highway-like stroads to accommodate protected bike lanes and wider sidewalks for safe social distancing, installing speed cameras and red light cameras on our urban highways to reduce deadly speeds, and building pop-up protected intersections to facilitate the safer movement of people and bicycles. And lastly, I want to mention that we know that there is a significant personal cost to losing any life. 1,800 Oregonians have already lost their life to COVID. Our hospital system has already been incredibly strained from battling this pandemic. And so I am asking today for ODOT to make strategic use of these relief funds to ensure we do not force our hospital capacity into the red zone, which would cause doctors to ration care. ODOT must do their part to flatten the curve. And we need to do much more, and ODOT needs to do much more than put out a sign asking people just to wear masks and save lives. We know ODOT can do much, much more in terms of reducing the number of ER visits and fatalities across the state. So let's use that funding to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. So, Michelle, I have Paul Thompson, Sarah Wright, and Joe Courtwright as the next names on the list as it was provided to me.
Perfect. Yep. So, Paul, I have unmuted you, and you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Van Broecklyn and Commissioners, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Paul Thompson, the manager of the Central Lane Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO, in the Eugene-Springfield area. And today I'm representing the Central Lane MPO Policy Board, which asked me to testify on their behalf with respect to the program-level funding allocations for the 2024-2027 statewide transportation improvement program. The Central Lane MPO thanks you for your decision last month, which directed increased funding to the non-highway category for the development of the 2024-2027 STIP. Today, as you take the next steps in that work, our MPO would like you to keep the following points in mind. First, since planning for additional federal funds in the future is mentioned as part of your agenda item J, we continue to ask, if not plead, that the OTC allocate funds transparently and with sufficient opportunity for public input. I have to point to another item on your agenda today, item H, directing the use of those federal COVID relief funds. The release of information for item H just a week before this meeting did not allow time for my policy board or many other stakeholders to discuss that topic and provide input. Again, we continue to ask that any consideration of the use of federal, state, or other funds allow for at least 1 month of public notice and input. Now turning to the use of the STIP funds. Regarding the use of enhanced highway funds, the Central Lane MPO asks that whatever distribution method you choose, allow for consideration and input from stakeholders outside of ODOT. Distribution of these funds to ODOT regions via the standard distribution formula must be accompanied by directions to ODOT staff to then engage stakeholders at the region level in the use of the funds. Regarding the use of the Fix-It funds in the 2024-27 STIP, we ask that the OTC focus the use of those funds on investments in seismic resilience and greenhouse gas adaptation. And then finally, the non-highway funding. The Central Lane MPO has supported all of the potential programs and projects that could receive increased funding, such as bicycle and pedestrian improvements, transit, safe routes to school, and more. Perhaps our strongest comments today are directed to investments in the bicycle and pedestrian network. We ask that funds be directed where they will produce the most bang for the buck in the pedestrian and bicycle network, without respect to ownership. We are concerned that in areas such as ours, where there is relatively little need for bike ped improvements associated with ODOT's state system, as compared to significant needs associated with the local system, the proposed breakdown of non-highway funding could place too much emphasis on the state system. Local investments will provide the most benefit for us, and local stakeholders know where the greatest need exists for bicycle and pedestrian improvements. In closing, we again ask the use of non-highway funds focus on addressing greenhouse gas mitigation, but also address equity concerns and fairness with respect to geographic distribution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I appreciate your coming. I think Sarah Wright is next, Michelle.
Yes, Sarah Wright, I have unmuted you. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Chairman Brocklin and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, thank you for your time today and for the opportunity to testify. I'm Sarah Wright with Oregon Environmental Council, and I'm speaking today to encourage the OTC to establish a screening and evaluation approach to prioritize projects for investment in order to yield the biggest benefits in climate and equity. Today, you're considering the STIP investments and the allocation of federal COVID-19 relief funding. Looking ahead, you will make many more investment decisions guiding billions of dollars. Every one of these decisions is a choice to prioritize one investment over all other possible investments. The Oregon Transportation Commission has been making these decisions for decades. Multiple factors are always considered, but in the absence of strong prioritization, the default has always been and will always be to align with the status quo. The status quo approach gives us the outcomes that we experience today: air pollution, climate pollution, traffic injuries and deaths, unequal access to mobility and opportunity, and ever-expanding state infrastructure that costs an enormous amount of money to maintain. If we want different outcomes, as identified in your strategic action plan, Oregon has to make decisions differently. We can take new approaches to get people and goods where they need to go, not only more sustainably and equitably, but also more efficiently and affordably. The only way to get there, though, is to make different investment decisions. Investment decisions should be guided by a clear understanding of how well they move us toward our goals. Staff analysis indicates that the areas where ODOT is failing its own goals most are in greenhouse gas mitigation and multimodal gaps. Additionally, the governor's executive order on climate directs ODOT to prioritize the reduction of climate pollution and to evaluate the greenhouse gas emissions implications of investments. ODOT staff are already developing approaches to evaluate greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Oregon Environmental Council urges you to quickly finalize this greenhouse gas emissions assessment tool and establish a similar assessment tool for equity outcomes. This should be used to prioritize investment in STIP, COVID relief, and all other investments. However, just evaluating the impact of investment is not enough. It is essential to use these evaluations not only as another piece of data to consider in a decision, but to actually direct investments into projects that are demonstrated to provide the biggest benefits for climate and equity outcomes. ODOT is well positioned to be a national leader in making this shift. We're asking you to look to the future instead of the past and invest in the work that will get us there instead of in holding up the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate your comments.
All right, next we have Joe. Joe, I have unmuted you and you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. For the record, Joe Courtwright. I'm an economist in Portland. I want to thank the Commission for directing your staff to meet with me on the issues I've raised, both at your December 1st meeting and over the past 2 years about the Rose Quarter and the I-5 Bridge project. I want to report back to you on that meeting. In that meeting, your staff, while it met with me, declined to answer any questions or discuss any of the issues I raised, saying they would respond only in writing. Late last week, I got a 13-page letter from the department. It is by turns evasive, incomplete, and non-responsive. And I'll submit a detailed reply to what's in that letter in writing. But to illustrate the problematic nature of their response, I'm going to focus on one key issue, which is emblematic. And that issue is, how wide is the freeway ODOT is proposing to build at the Rose Quarter? As I've said for nearly 2 years, the reality is ODOT is actually planning to build a massive 8-lane freeway at the Rose Quarter. The sketchy and incomplete information presented in the environmental analysis shows that the right-of-way is at least 126 feet wide, easily wide enough for an 8-lane freeway. As you know, your staff has gone to great lengths to downplay the size of this project, variously claiming that they aren't expanding capacity at all because they call these 2 lanes, quote-unquote, auxiliary lanes. But they've really engineered a right-of-way for an 8-lane freeway, and they have an obligation under NEPA to disclose that, to analyze its environmental effects, which would be much greater, more pollution, traffic, and greenhouse gases, and they need to disclose that. Now, your staff responded to me at that meeting, and let me just read you a few, I posed that question at our meeting, and I want to just share with you what I said. I said, my understanding is that you have 126 right-of-way at Broadway Weidler. Is that right? Is it 126 feet? The environmental analysis says 126 feet wide. Am I reading that correctly? Megan, is the right-of-way 126 feet wide, or am I wrong about that? Brendan Finn responds, quote, we will provide all that in writing for you. And in their written response, there is no mention of the actual physical width of the right-of-way. I'll read you the pertinent part of their response, which is, quote, the anticipated right-of-way provides for the existing travel lanes and the new auxiliary lanes and full shoulders in the northbound and southbound directions in I-5. That does not answer my question. So here's where we are right now. The department says it's finished its environmental review and that you're not going to do an environmental impact statement. You claim that there's no significant impact to the project, and yet you've never told us how wide it really is, and your staff is demanding, if I want further information, that I file a public records request. Despite repeated questions, your staff is still treating this most basic question, how wide the freeway is they're building, as some kind of state secret. And what I want to know is, if we're going to proceed with this project, the people of Oregon are entitled to understand how large it will be. And I hope you will ask your staff how wide a project they're planning to build at the Rose Quarter. Maybe they'll answer you.
Thank you, Joe. We certainly want to know that as well as you. So, and probably other questions with respect to the project. So as it continues to be designed. So I appreciate your comments. I appreciate your participating in the meeting, and as well as our staff, and there'll be further conversations about this. So thank you for being here this morning. So Michelle, I think the next group is Aaron Brown, Brian Worley, and Jim McCauley.
Yep. So, Aaron, I do have you unmuted. I'm sorry. Give me one second. You are unmuted now. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you folks hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Good morning.
Okay,
Welcome.
fantastic. Good morning. My name is Aaron Brown. I'm a founding member of No More Freeways, and I'm testifying today to support my colleague, Joe Courtwright, who just spoke. I know there's been a lot on everyone's plate in the last few weeks, but I hope all of you had a little bit of time to watch the inauguration events yesterday. I went through the mix of emotions that were to be expected: exhaustion, anxiety, sadness, and even some cautious optimism. But the thing that really stuck out to me watching it was the deliberate, solemn, repeated efforts of President Biden to articulate the urgency of the federal government winning back the trust of a rightfully skeptical public. We are going to tell the truth as a bedrock, non-negotiable feature of a functioning democracy. This, as 4 years ago, when the Trump administration had the audacity to send media-doctored photos that inflated the crowd sizes of the inauguration. Do you remember that? I mean, that was some Soviet Russia stuff, right? Yikes. Certainly, we can agree that government agencies knowingly publishing obviously incorrect or deliberately misleading information to deceive the public is something we should strive to leave behind with the outgoing corrupt president. I bring this up because while it was refreshing, unfortunately, I harbor similar disillusionment with the willingness of local governments to tell the truth. My family and I read all the news about how COVID spreads, and yet state officials are rushing to reopen public schools before my grandma is vaccinated. Every elected official is making statements about the need for greater reform of law enforcement, and I spent all summer dodging tear gas shot by local cops. We hear endless statements about how we're gearing up to do something about climate change, and yet young Oregonians watch emissions rise and wonder if their future is safe in the hands of current appointed and elected officials, such as yourself. This brings me to ODOT. The rap on ODOT is long, as I continue to remind you, from traffic projections, focus groups of African-American groups opposing the project, the cost overruns. It's hard to overstate the feeling that ODOT is downright allergic to transparency and accountability. And as Mr. Courtwright just testified, he asked ODOT staff the simplest of questions: how large is this project? Is it in fact 126 feet, which is wide enough for 8 lanes? It shouldn't take more than 15 minutes to call an engineer for this enormously basic fact. Given the countless dollars you've spent on public engagement and planning, it's shocking that this isn't publicly and immediately available. Joe asked your staff to confirm it. It took 5 weeks to get a written answer, and as Joe just documented, he didn't even get one. Chair Van Brockman, Director Strickler, you just wrote an op-ed in the Portland Tribune last week that included language about the agency evolving for more public accountability. So now I ask you, why hasn't ODOT more vigorously explored congestion pricing on the Rose Quarter, as Governor Brown's letter in 2019 explicitly directed you to? Why did the Oregon Transportation Commission hold 8 months of public meetings last year without even accepting oral testimony? Why, after 5 weeks, can't Joe get a simple answer about the size of your $800 million freeway expansion into the backyard of a middle school? Are you trying to hide something? Can we trust ODOT? Are these schematics accurate? Or are they manufactured, just like those fateful Trump inauguration photos from 4 years ago? Can Oregonians trust ODOT? How wide is this freeway? Chair Van Brockman, I urge you to grapple with the implications of this agency continuing to stonewall the public about the most basic facts of this proposal. The Oregonians deserve to know the exact details, proportions, and size of this proposed freeway expansion, so our community can accordingly respond to the clear and present threat to our lungs, our street, our community, and our planet that your project represents. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate your being here and appreciate your comments.
Alrighty, Chair. Next, we do have Brian on the line. So Brian, I have unmuted you. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Michelle. Good morning. Chair Van Brockman, Vice Chair Simpson, members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. For the record, my name is Brian Worley, Association of Oregon Counties Road Program Director. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of Oregon's 36 county governments, the Oregon Association of County Engineers and Surveyors, County Public Works, and Road Departments. I'm here today to briefly speak to county priorities on OTC Agenda Item H, the recently COVID-19 relief funding package, and ODOT's draft proposal and how to allocate funding to local governments and other priorities. With over 32,000 road miles under county jurisdiction, counties manage, own, and maintain the largest portion of Oregon's shared transportation system, 39%, including approximately 3,500 bridges from forest roads, farm to market, residential streets, scenic bikeways, bike, pedestrian, and multimodal access, and critical local arterials and collectors that connect people and support our economy. But I don't need to remind OTC commissioners and ODOT of the importance and partnership of the county transportation system and why funding relief is so critical to local governments. We appreciate ODOT's initial proposal and goal to support local government relief, who have lost significant revenue as a result of the pandemic and recession. It is desperately needed at this time as counties face budget deficits, delayed projects, workforce shortages, hiring freezes, and for some, unfortunately, layoffs. Counties have lost an estimated $36 million in state highway fund revenue from COVID-19, $7 million at the end of fiscal year 2020, and $29 million in fiscal year 2021 to date. Counties are estimated to lose an additional $12.8 million by the end of this fiscal year, for a total of $41.8 million in a little more than a year's time. And this does not include local revenue from other local transportation revenue sources. Of the total ODOT estimated $225 million lost state highway fund revenue for fiscal year 2021, cities and counties have experienced 50% of those losses. Approximately for every $1 of ODOT state highway fund loss, cities and counties have lost an additional $1 per the statutory 50-30-20 funding allocation requirements. Unfortunately, under ODOT's current proposal, local government is expected to only receive approximately 25% of the relief funding allocation. We recognize there are many important competing priorities and not enough revenue and difficult decisions you have as OTC to balance these needs. But if Congress's intent and your stated goal of these funds is to provide equitable relief for lost revenue, it falls short of local government. Even before the pandemic, transportation costs were rising faster than revenues, leading to a long-term decline for ODOT, cities, and counties. Just this last year, as ODOT presented its structural operations and maintenance budget deficit, local government partners stepped up with ODOT to meet this challenge, resulting in a $5.3 million annual impact to ODOT local programs starting in 2022. Local governments are your partners. We're here to help you reach OTC and ODOT strategic goals that greatly affect our local communities. Direct relief funding to local governments not only supports needed operations and maintenance deficits, but it also supports strategic priorities and local community priorities in the most flexible and efficient way. Many cities and counties have critical needs for revenue for not only operations and maintenance, but preservation, traffic safety to reduce deaths and serious crashes, for ADA access upgrades, for multimodal access, and they need increased funding for equity and climate goals that the state is trying to reach. When you support direct local government funding, you empower local communities to reach these shared strategic goals together. Thank you again for your ongoing partnership and collaboration to manage Oregon's integrated transportation system. I look forward to working with you, ODOT leadership, and our federal partners as you consider a final proposal that will promote a strong Oregon recovery and our future transportation system. Happy to answer any questions you might have with me. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate your comments. Are there any questions on the commission? Okay, we'll move on. I think Jim McCauley and then Sam Brentano are the last two names I have, other than Ken Wright.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do have Ken Wright on the line, so if you'd like, we can take it with Jim first, Sam, and then Ken.
Sounds good.
Okay. Jim, I'm sorry. Jim, I have you unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Jim McCauley, League of Oregon Cities, and the Legislative Director for the League. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide some input on the agenda items today. LOC represents 241 cities across Oregon, from the largest, Portland, to the smallest, Greenhorn, which, of course, during the winter is more of a snowmobile community than anything else. The agenda item I'll be providing some input on today is agenda item H, the COVID-19 federal relief funding. I don't think it's any surprise to any commission member that budgets across the public sector have been strained throughout the pandemic. Every community in Oregon has faced a range of impacts that include the immediate public health impacts of COVID-19, but also substantial economic losses in every community across Oregon. For cities, I don't have any hard numbers for you in a similar fashion what Brian Worley provided from AOC, but again, it's all proportional in terms of the impacts that we have seen in terms of the lost funding. What I can offer, however, is that much of our membership base have been making budgetary decisions affecting staffing for their communities as well as their service delivery. And these impacts are going to be more severe in 2021, especially as they move forward with their budget process in the spring and finalize budgets later in the summer. And these impacts, of course, are going to be affected by whatever revenues are flowing through. And there's been a constant amount of decline up across the board from all different revenue sources. So when we look at transportation, it's really no different, of course. ODOT's operation and maintenance budget that we've been involved with agency staff along with AOC to help make adjustments. We've been doing our part certainly to try to narrow that funding gap, but I think everybody also understands that it's really just a short-term solution. It doesn't have a long-term element in it. It's really just a thin Band-Aid for what needs to be done in the long term. The reason I'm bringing this piece up is I think it's important because it illustrates the partnership, important partnership that cities and counties have with ODOT. And when I look at Agenda H and the COVID relief package from this last year, it's great to see the additional funding. There's obviously a lot of money coming from the federal government off this latest relief package. We know it's not going to be enough. And I think at the end of the day, ODOT only really has discretion over a relatively small amount of those funds. So we've had the chance, as I mentioned earlier, to meet with ODOT staff. And I think in general, their approach makes some sense. Of course, we would like to see additional revenue flow to cities and counties because, again, we're all partners in this. We're all faced with revenue losses down the road. So I think when you go forward with the evaluation of this package, I'm hopeful that you're going to consider the importance of the community partners that are out there, keep us involved in that decision-making because it's going to be critical for our members to make sure that all the cities receive some kind of proportional value out of this relief package because it's going to help set the bar to some extent on whatever the next relief package that's going to be coming forward with this new administration. And I'm hopeful that the infrastructure package that has been discussed for decades will somehow materialize into something that can move through this session of Congress so that we can get much of that needed infrastructure improvements made across the board. So happy to take any comments, or happy to take any questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, very much for your comments. Move on to Sam.
All right, Sam, you are unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Sam Brentano, recently retired, I suspect sometimes fired Marion County Commissioner. The board asked me if I'd be interested in commenting on the Donald Aurora interchange, and I said absolutely. It's real timely. I had just returned from Tualatin getting fishing supplies, coming south into that, and found myself making a sudden semi-emergency lane switch right there at Donald. And I think of all places and all people, I know it's a problem. There's new signs up, and I couldn't help but wonder what happens to someone's never driven it before, a rainy, foggy day. I had the opportunity to testify before you at Spirit Mountain a year ago or so, and I concentrated on the safety and the cost savings of doing one complete project and the capacity issues. But I also, and I want to concentrate this morning on the subject of timeliness. If we do it all in one time, the entire project will be all done in 2 years. You already know that that whole area with Boone Bridge is a constricted and congested place, and the construction doesn't help that. And here's my fear. So we do part of it, takes 2 years, and then perhaps another decade goes by until it becomes a big enough issue again to be on somebody's map to do something about it, and you can start the process all again. And it takes another 2 years from when you finally get the funding and the commitment to do it. So let me just plead for it. Let's just do it in one time, get it done. It's a bottleneck area, a dangerous area, and see if we can't make that better. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Appreciate your comments, and certainly this is a project we're looking intensely at. So, Ken Wright.
Ken, I have you unmuted. Please state your name for the record.
This is Ken Wright, calling from Ken Wright Cellars. Michelle, thank you for your patience in getting me online. I want to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to speak today. I was also on the Mid-Willamette Area Commission on Transportation for many years, and would like to also say that the Donald Rohr interchange is an incredibly important project, incredibly dangerous. I would second Sam's comments about completing that project fully. I'm calling today, though, about a rail arterial that has existed since the 1800s, late 1800s, and that's the what's called the West Sider Line. There is a 17-mile section of it that was owned by Union Pacific that extends from Gaston south to McMinnville. That was designated as a part of the transportation plan for Yamhill County in 2012. It was I who met with the commissioners at the time to ask them to include it, and they did. We have received a number of grants to improve that trail for trail use, for recreational use, almost $3 million in grants, federal grants administered by ODOT. We had a commission for a period of time, quite a few years, that was pro-trail. We in the last election cycle, we lost that favorability. And the current commission has been public about wanting to divest the county of that trail. It would be awesome to have a recreational trail here for use. We lack recreational opportunities here in Yamhill County. But for me, the bigger picture is that I think over many years, this arterial, which is a clean line, essentially from McMinnville to Hillsborough, where there's a terminus at light rail in Hillsborough. Over time, I think it's going to become such a huge asset that ODOT would prefer and wish to have to make transportation efficient over decades from now. As you know, the population is increasing steadily. It becomes far more difficult to get to the Portland metro area. The real hope is that in talking with all the different agencies, Metro and all the trail groups, ODOT, there's been a lot of study on trails, but there hasn't been a cohesive state plan that has been developed. And I would urge you all, as a visionary body, to consider finding a way to do a visionary plan that would work to protect those assets, those physical assets that will keep Oregon a healthy, connected place. I know everybody's plate's full, mine too, but I've given a lot of years to this since the early 2000s. My hope is that we can preserve this right-of-way, a critical right-of-way, for future use. Thank you all very, very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Appreciate your being here today and your comments. It's an interesting opportunity, it sounds like. So look forward to learning more. Michelle, that concludes my list.
Yep, that concludes my list as well.
Okay, I appreciate all of those who signed up to comment and did comment orally today. I also appreciate all the written comment. We have all of the written comment, and I encourage continuing to comment on the broad range of issues before the state, including those that were addressed this morning. So keep up the communication. It's helpful to us. We have a lot on our plate, and I won't detail it, but this morning, but it's an enormous range of things that we're looking at statewide, and a lot of deferred work and a lot of work that we don't have the funding to do. So we're trying to manage a very large agenda here. Both those things that we're mandated to do and those things that we're trying to do strategically, and it's a very large undertaking. So I appreciate people's comments, and that we are operating in a context where we hear from a lot of different people about a lot of different things, and so prioritization is challenging, and more challenging than that even is resources to do all the work that we clearly agree is out there and needs investment. So with that, I will turn to Brendan and Della to lead us through the next agenda item on urban mobility.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the Commission. Brendan Finn, Director of the Urban Mobility Office. Recognizing we're just a tad bit behind schedule here, we'll try to have this going rather quickly. I'll make my comments very brief, but did want to recognize that here in January 2021, we are having the one-year anniversary of the Urban Mobility Office at the creation of the Commission and the leadership of Director Strickler. It's been quite a year to stand up this office. Obviously, in the environment that we're in, I want to give a lot of credit and thank the Commission for your support and guidance, and then give a lot of credit to Deputy Director Della Mosier for all that she's put in, as well as the whole team. So, can I see that first slide, Michelle? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm experiencing technical difficulties, so bear with me for
Understandable. We've all experienced that. And while that's coming up, Mr. Chair, I just want to, you'll be hearing from Megan Channel today, giving a review of the project and an update, but I just want to associate myself with your remarks regarding Megan and having her as a part of this team. It's been obviously an honor to work with her, and this leadership role is well deserved by Megan, as those of us who get to work with her day in and day out. So appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. So, Brendan, maybe you should proceed. We do have the PowerPoint in our materials, so we can look at it individually while Michelle is getting it up on screen. So I'd encourage everyone. Oh, here we go.
Great. Well, yes, there we have it. So as you can see, I am joined by the All-Star team. We'll be moving through this rather quickly, but we're also, while having the Urban Mobility Office well represented here, we're also joined by our partners at the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program and Program Administrator Greg Johnson. As you know, the Urban Mobility Office plays a advisory and coordination role as that program relates to the Comprehensive Congestion Management Mobility Plan. That's my segue to the next slide, Michelle. So again, exercising brevity for the sake of time here, commissioners, this plan, as you're well aware of, at your creation, makes some strategic investments around the region and the state system to address some of our vulnerabilities seismically, but also some modernization, safety improvements, as well as addressing some of the bottleneck issues, so we can manage the program through the toll program and the congestion pricing to create a more reliable network and address our climate goals. So with that, I'll just stop right there because we've gone over this before, and I want to turn it over to Della to go over the implementation slides. So Della, over to you.
Thanks, Brendan. For the record, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, my name is Della Mosier, and I am the Deputy Director of the Urban Mobility Office. Michelle, could you please go to the next slide? As Brendan and I shared during the previous UMO update to this commission, the investment and implementation strategy shown here depicts cost ranges and delivery timelines for projects and programs included in the Comprehensive Congestion Management and Mobility Plan. Today, I would like to highlight just a few programs on the slide and foreshadow a bit of what you're going to hear today during our update. For the I-5 Rose Quarter project, Project Director Channel will provide a status update on the direction and guidance this commission gave the Urban Mobility Office just about a year ago today, and highlight some key milestones that were completed towards the end of this last year. For the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, you'll also receive a status update from Program Administrator Johnson with a focus on community engagement efforts, as well as establishment of some new advisory committees. For the I-205 project, you will hear details from Project Director Putney on how the team is working diligently to be able to deliver phase 1 of this project to bid by the end of this year. And finally, I would like to focus on the toll program planning phase shown on this chart and look to Toll Program Director Broussard to update the Commission on the team's approach to evaluating system-wide tolling. With that, I will turn it over to Toll Program Director Lucinda Broussard.
Thank you, Della. Next slide, please. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Happy New Year. Again, I'm Lucinda Broussard, Toll Program Director. I think I'm going to start, I'm going to kind of go pretty quick too. As both Brendan and Della have highlighted with the Comprehensive Congestion Management and Mobility Plan and Investment Plan, tolls are a vital funding source of the plan. As we look to implement the plan, we will have 2 environmental projects happening concurrently. The I-205 Stafford Road to OR 213, which in October, I updated you on the engagement we had just finished and our next steps. As a recap and update, we received over 4,600 comments and are preparing responses, which we will have completed at the end of the first quarter. We'll post those on our website where the comments reside now. Then we will update the environmental process documents, share and submit those to FHWA. We'll begin the planning for the second project, the I-5 from North Going Street to Boone Bridge, and from the ends of the current I-205 project, which is OR 213 to Glen Jackson, and to the north, that's to the north and to the south, Stafford Road to I-5, and we'll start that work this quarter. Also, I want to note the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee, the EMAC, is moving forward and adopted both the charter and the equity framework at their December meeting. The equity framework was designed specifically for toll projects, and the committee added a trauma-informed perspective. This committee is making history in and around the industry and causing others to take a closer look at applying equity at the forefront of their programs versus an anecdotal mitigation strategy. So thank you for your direction to convene this committee. I'll turn it over now to Mandy Putney, the I-205 Project Director.
You can go to the next slide, please, Michelle. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. For the record, I am Mandy Putney, the I-205 Improvements Project Director. The I-205 Improvements Project will create a 7-mile earthquake-ready corridor between Stafford Road and Oregon 213, and it will improve safety and reduce congestion in this bottleneck area. One element of the project was successfully constructed in December of last year. This was the real-time traveler signs that I've updated you about before. The location of these signs is shown with the dark green icons on this map. These signs are now fully operational. Today, I'm going to focus on phase 1, which is the yellow section of this map. This includes the Abernathy Bridge, Oregon 43 interchange improvements, and the addition of the missing third lane, general purpose lane in each direction. In addition to the Abernathy Bridge, we will remove one bridge and retrofit 2 others crossing over the freeway. We'll turn to the next slide now, please, Michelle. As Della mentioned, I'm going to focus on phase 2. My presentation today. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties here. Phase 1. We have all hands on deck this year to allow us to ready the project for a late 2021 bid date. This schedule is important because it will allow us to take advantage of the in-water work window in 2022. In the next months, we will increase our outreach and our engagement with local partners, project area residents and businesses, and the broader traveling public, as well as industry groups. We will reach 90% design in April and have final plans ready in late summer. Confirming detour routes, rock handling specifics, and determining if there will be a third sound wall for the project are all key topics for community conversations as we finalize our plans. We have a lot to do this year, and I'm excited to do this work with an incredible team and also committed project partners. I'm now going to turn the presentation over to Megan Channel, Rose Quarter Project Director.
Thank you, Mandy, and good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I apologize. I am having technical difficulties with my camera, so I'm going to stay with the reliable phone connection here. So my apologies for just being on audio. For the record, I am Megan Channel, the Rose Quarter Project Director. And before I get into my presentation, just want to thank you all for the kind remarks earlier. Just really unexpected and to hear, so thank you. But as Della mentioned, it's been a year since you provided the Rose Quarter team with direction on how to proceed with the project. So I'll be providing you with an update today. I'll also be joined by Dr. Stephen Holt, who I know you met earlier in 2020, our strategic advisor on the project and facilitator of the Executive Steering Committee. And he'll join me with an update about our ongoing work with partners in the community and our intentionality around implementing the project's values within our work. So as you know, the Rose Quarter Project is a significant one for our state, addressing key transportation needs and a significant opportunity to also catalyze and support community development in the Albina area. So the project includes mainline improvements on I-5 with the auxiliary lanes and shoulders between I-84 and I-405, new highway covers that span over I-5 to create new community connections in space, new pedestrian and bicycle bridge, and local street improvements to modernize the multimodal network in the interchange area. So next slide, please. So to help achieve this project, you provided our team with clear direction in direct response to input and testimony that you received from the stakeholders. And this direction was focused on communication and coordination, project governance, project values, technical analysis. So I'm pleased to report today that we've made significant progress in meeting the Commission's requests on these items. So first and foremost, to meet our deliverables as required by House Bill 2017, we did submit the cost to complete report to the legislature in January of 2020. You also directed us to stand up a project governance structure, including an executive steering committee and a community advisory committee. So we established this structure in early 2020, as you'll see on the bottom half of this timeline on your screen. And with that, we also responded to your request to develop project values that include equity principles. So the Executive Steering Committee adopted the project values and outcomes at their October 2020 meeting with a primary focus of restorative justice. And so Dr. Holt, as I mentioned, will join me in a few minutes to provide some more detail on these actions, including our intentional transition from the Community Advisory Committee to the Historic Albina Advisory Board with the intent of elevating Black voices on the project, ensuring that the project outcomes reflect community interests and that Historic Albina benefits from the investments that we're making for the project. Per your direction, we also conducted and completed the environmental peer review, focusing on the project's air quality, noise, greenhouse gas, and technical analyses. So we convened a panel of national experts that were selected and led by a neutral facilitator to review our work. And the final peer review report supported ODOT's findings and analyses and also provided really helpful recommendations to incorporate as we move forward into design and construction, which we're actively exploring and addressing now. We also got some helpful feedback and some criticism on how we could have improved our readability of documents in the future. So definitely taking that into account as we move forward. But overall, the peer review supported our steps to complete the environmental assessment. In mid-2020, as the Commission requested, we also initiated the independent highway cover evaluation to explore design options for the highway covers. And this work is underway with the independent consultant team being directed by the Executive Steering Committee. I'll now highlight the key milestones since my last presentation to you based on your direction as well. Most significantly, in November of 2020, with the Federal Highway Administration, we published the final environmental document, the finding of no significant impact, along with the revised environmental assessment. So this again was supported by the environmental peer review and based on the Commission's direction to proceed with the environmental assessment. So this is a really important milestone for the project as it marks the completion of the environmental review phase under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. So the final environmental document includes the technical analyses and findings, as well as responses to public comments that we received during the comment period back in 2019, as well as revisions and modifications to the document and design based on this community feedback. So in completing this environmental review phase, we can now proceed in designing and building the project. We also reached an exciting milestone of executing the CMGC contract with Hamilton Sunk Joint Venture in association with Raymore Construction. And so in addition to this team joining us early in the process to optimize design, provide innovation, mitigate risks, refine project cost and schedule, the CMGC is tasked with achieving high goals in hiring minority and women-owned businesses as we build the project. So the DBE goal range is one of the highest that we've seen for our state at an 18 to 22% utilization goal. So here with the project, we can provide near-term economic opportunities for small and minority-owned businesses through the construction contracts. And our goal in our program is to set up these opportunities in a way that helps support and build a pipeline for longer-term wealth generation that can be achieved in partnerships with other agencies and community organizations as well. So it's some exciting work ahead there. And then last earlier this month, we also appointed and held the first meeting of the Historic Albina Advisory Board. Dr. Holt will be speaking to that more in just a moment. So in addition to all of these key milestones that we've hit over the past year based on your direction, we continued with our community engagement, albeit, it did look different than we originally expected with our pivot to the virtual world. But regardless, we were able to continue community conversations, including online open house and other targeted community briefings. We also coordinated around potential development opportunities near the project, including an affordable housing development, and really exploring how the project design can help support the community partnerships and community vision for Albina. And then lastly, part of the direction that you provided to us as well was to continue actions for congestion pricing or tolling on I-5. And so as you've heard from Lucinda, the ODOT toll program is active and underway, taking steps to respond to the Commission's direction for establishing tolling on I-5. So next slide, please. This is where I am going to turn it over to Dr. Holt just to share some more about our work with partners in the community in line with our project values.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you, Dr. Holt. Good to be back into the space. It feels like it's been quite some time since we were last connected, and I look forward to an opportunity to spend some time with each of you and talk about this incredible work. As you're looking at the coordination within the project and connecting the partners, you recall from me as I introduced myself that I'm native to the city and that I've got a long-standing generational connectivity to all of the impacts associated with this work, from Vanport flood to Emmanuel to I-5. My parents were directly connected with that, and then our family as such. And so to be a part of this work is significant at this time, and to take the approach that is being taken has been really intentional and thoughtful. And I'm excited to report that the responsiveness from ODOT staff and the Urban Mobility Office has been, I think, tantamount to center this work in values. And so you see the project governance, of course, with everything being filtered back and reported up to your Oregon Transportation Commission, and the information landing with and then coming from the Executive Steering Committee. It's rooted in values. The work that we're doing is rooted in the values that you see illustrated to the right: the restorative justice, mobility focus, community input, and transparent decision making, and then climate action and improved public health. I want to talk a little bit about the values, and then I'll talk about the coordination between the groups and highlight the hat very briefly. What makes this project unique is the intentional effort to root it in values. and that the values then influences how the Executive Steering Committee functions, influences how the Historic Albina Advisory Board functions, influences how the Community Oversight Advisory Committee will function. All of these, or each of these committees, have succumbed to or adapted or are supportive of the values established by the Executive Steering Committee, with restorative justice being first. And when we talk about restorative justice, what we're saying is that the intent is to elevate and be sensitive to the people who've been most harmed, most impacted, most marginalized by the historic decisions that brought in I-5 in the first place. So the historic African American community, the historic Black community that lived in the lower Albina region, which led to crafting a community group that could connect to that history, people who have lived experience and who've demonstrated investment for community good. The Historic Albina Advisory Board was established as a result of the values that have been highlighted. A group of community leaders who are well respected have been willing to step into this space and invest their energy and their effort to do a variety of things. One is to be a voice of the community. Two is to help hold accountable this effort and these actions. And three, to make sure to recommend significant decision making that will benefit generationally. Those decisions then are communicated with the Executive Steering Committee. One of the things that makes it unique is the connection between the Historic Albina Advisory Board and the Executive Steering Committee, because it's all done within the House of Tri-Excellence. I facilitate the Executive Steering Committee, and Erica Warren, my partner, facilitates the Historic Albina Advisory Board. And then we have a very close connectivity with John L. Bell, who facilitates the Community Oversight Advisory Committee. Our desire is that within the values and within our efforts, we have this comprehensive and collective work that will bring best results and best outcomes, so that what gets recommended to the OTC is recommended from a place of united effort, thoughtful engagement to, again, have the kind of outcomes we're hoping for that will be reflective of the values that are articulated. So it's exciting to see that we've come to this space and that there's been such responsiveness to take the direction of the OTC and then expand it into practical ways to get significant accomplishments done. So in that regard, I hope that makes sense, and I'll give it back to you, Megan.
Thank you, Dr. Holt. We'll go to the final slide. Commissioners, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to look back on how we've responded to your direction. Now I'll provide just a quick overview of looking forward and upcoming key actions. So first and foremost, with our CMGC team being on board, Hamilton Sunt Joint Venture, we've been onboarding them to the project, and they're going to be focused on really four key areas in the immediate future here. So over the next few months, the team will be focused on not only refining our project schedule and cost estimate based on the current design, but preparing the diversity and subcontracting plan. And this is really the document that's going to help us define our collective approach to the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise and Workforce Program. And the team is also exploring and looking at early work package opportunities. So what opportunities might there be to begin the needed work, but in a way that gets our DBE community to work? With the independent highway cover evaluation, this is also continuing. It'll be a primary focus for the first half of 2021. The team is currently programming community workshops and online open houses as they develop the development scenarios for how the highway covers can be designed and what uses they can support. And so this team will be working as directed by the Executive Steering Committee, and we'll be providing you with a recommendation for those highway cover uses upcoming at your July meeting of this year. Project design also progresses. We'll plan to meet the 30% design milestone later this year. And of course, with all of this, continue to be performed under the guide of our project values. And with that, our team's working on developing specific performance measures that will evaluate our progress in achieving those desired outcomes for the project. So my apologies again for not being on video, but this does conclude my presentation. And thank you for the time. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg Johnson.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the Commission.
Greg, let me interrupt you for just a second. I do want to thank all of those who presented so far in this segment, and I particularly want to thank Dr. Holt for being with us and his comments, and we very much appreciate his involvement, his insights, his leadership and direction, and his help in getting our process to a new level. So that has been work that we have really committed to at the Commission, and we appreciate your being with us this morning. Sorry, Greg, to interrupt you. Look forward to your comments now on the bridge. Thank you, Dr. Holt.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much for giving us time, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Greg Johnson. I'm the Program Administrator for the Interstate Bridge Program. So if we could go to the next slide. So once again, this is a picture of our lovely bridge. And what I want to report out to you this morning is some of the key activities that that we have going since we last presented to the Commission. So we've met with the Bi-State Legislative Committee in December, and we received the go-ahead for our next round of activities. So what I'm telling folks, we are shifting from first gear into second gear and into a very public phase of the Interstate Bridge Program. So we had our executive steering group meeting just yesterday, where we received their final blessing on the composition of our community advisory and equity advisory group. So we had over 500 applicants for a total of 14 at-large positions on both of these groups combined. So those names, we are finishing up the final pieces, and they will be part of an announcement that we have on our website probably early next week. So the first meeting of the Community Advisory Group is January 27th. And actually, the Equity Advisory Group is meeting on January 25th, on Monday. So we're shifting gears and running fast. So the other key thing that we've done recently is we've launched our website. And if you go to interstatebridge.org, you'll find a very comprehensive website. It has frequently asked questions where we will answer questions that have come to the program. We will be creating white papers and links to previous information from past studies. So we also have launched our social media accounts as part of our community engagement process. So we have a robust couple of months going forward. So if we could go to the next slide. So the key activity that we have that's going to start with the advisory groups getting up to speed is updating our purpose and need and establishing community vision and values. So seeing that the past program received a record of decision from the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Authority, we have to go back and make sure we address the issues that were raised during that previous study. But it does not limit us to establishing other items that are important to each community and creating a expanded purpose and need. So the goal is to finalize the purpose and need by late spring and have it before the by State Legislative Committee by late May. In this interim period, we will be reporting back to OTC on our efforts and some of the issues that are coming out, and seek advice and guidance from this body as well. So the advisory groups will be meeting at least once a month through the spring. We think they're going to be meeting probably twice a month or more, as we are trying to get this bedrock issue of purpose and need and vision and value established. And one of the important community engagement pieces that we have coming up is we have a online open house that will be towards the end of February, and it will be a 2-week open house where folks can come on to our website and interact with team members. We will be doing a second community survey. We have a community survey that we did to capture some of the nuances of how people feel about the program. And also, we're going to have other opportunities in our community engagement program to discuss the transportation needs and community priorities. So we think we have a great door opening to bring the public in and have them be a part of driving this program to where we eventually are going to be. So that's the quick update, and I will take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Greg. Why don't we complete the presentation from the mobility group and then entertain questions from the commission.
Okay. Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate, again, the partnership and being in the arena together. So next slide, Michelle. With that, Mr. Chair, commissioners, we packed a lot into a half an hour there, as we usually try to do. So with that, we want to get your direction, answer any questions or comments you might have. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you to the entire team. Appreciate it. Very informative. As you say, covering a lot of ground in a hurry. And we appreciate that. So questions from the commission to the panel. Not hearing any. I just want to pull up the one slide, which is the timeline, and ask, just it's back several slides. It's the multicolored chart. Back a little further.
Michelle, it's the second, it's our third slide.
Third slide.
Yeah.
Almost there. There you go.
There it is.
So I just want to recognize this slide because I think this is very informative. I encourage those that are tuning in from the public to make sure they pay attention to this slide, because this, with respect to comments about we're not moving things, we are moving things. This slide shows the timeline. So Rose Quarter project, it shows where we are in that process. That's the first topic, and going down through the bridge, interstate bridge, pardon me, the I-205 projects, which include the Abernathy Bridge and the improvements on I-205, tolling, Boone Bridge, light rail, and other operational projects. I just want to make sure to take a second here to underscore the fact that a number of these projects are mandated by the state. They're mandated by the state legislature and the governor in the form of House Bill 2017, which was approved now almost 4 years ago. 4 years ago this coming summer. We are moving those projects at the direction of the state political leadership, the governor and legislature. That would include Rose Quarter, I-205, tolling, and others. We are in an interstate project that involves the two governors, Governors Inslee and Brown, and key members of the legislature from both Washington and Oregon in the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project. That is being led by the political leadership of the two states. So there's been some suggestion that we're controlling all of these projects and that their initiation has come from the commission over time. That is not the case. We are playing our role, which is an implementing role. And so I just want to underscore that. Second thing I want to underscore is that some of the money in the column which talks about program cost estimates was not included in prior budgets. And so, for example, tolling, the $304 million for program cost we're pursuing that, but we've not identified all of those funds yet. So we're also in the process of identifying resources to do this work, which has been prioritized by the political leadership of the state. So I just think it's an important moment to make sure people are clear about what's happening on these. And this has all been done after 2 regular sessions of the legislature, a number of interim actions that began 5, 6, 7 years ago. So that's all I want to say on that. And really not a question, but just a comment. I appreciate all of the reports on all of the projects. These are transformational in nature and are coming to us after a lot of work, good work that was done at the legislative level. With that, appreciate the presentation again. Thank you all, and we will move on. The next presentation we have is with the equity subject, and Nakotris is going to provide that. So good morning, Assistant Director Perkins.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Nakotris Perkins, Assistant Director of Social Equity. I am planning to, I have truncated my update today to help get us back on track in time. So I realize we are a little behind. And in doing so, also being clear that we are rapidly coming up on a year for the Office of Social Equity being stood up. And so my June report, which I hope is my next report, will give us a more robust explanation of everything that's happened and some of the baselines we've been able to create. As you all know, we've been working over the past few months to really socialize equity, helping ODOT focus on understanding what equity is for us as an agency and everybody in the agency, all employees and stakeholders taking ownership of what it means for it to be a priority. In doing that, we've had ongoing weekly workshops that I have led, really giving people information and helping them understand how it connects to their daily role. We even had a workshop as recent as the 19th to really talk about hard conversations and how the things that are happening in our world connect to our everyday work and how we can make that a part of the decisions we make. We are currently working on bringing a couple of people in, one bringing in a social equity program manager, which will be very exciting to have some assistance in the Office of Social Equity. We also recently brought on the Office of Urban Mobility now has an economic equity manager, so that will help create a statewide strategy around economics and equity, which is a part of our strategic moving forward. We also are working on BIPOC expansion. We know that we do a lot of on-the-job training. We know that we really support some programs that look at how we can build women-owned and BIPOC-owned businesses. And so we're bringing on a consultant through a request for proposals. We're bringing on a consultant to really help us hone in on how we can make the best investments around creating or partnering with programs to do that well. And then finally, we're partnering with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Lab at OSU Cascades in Central Oregon to make sure that we are also, like this, again, we're thinking about everything statewide. How do we really focus on equity and recruitment and hiring practices? And we're starting in Central Oregon. So looking at OSU Cascades as a partner. And then also, after many conversations and historical grounding and a lot of talking to many stakeholders in the next few weeks, you will see a new RFP for our next disparity study. So we've really looked at any gaps that we've had in our last one and what it would look like to create one or have one, again, bringing somebody on as a consultant to have one that allows us to better align equity with how we do contracts. We are also currently developing a tool to assist in engaging equity as part of project selection for the 24-27 STIP, and reviewing our recruitment and hiring practices to create an equity plan to give the governor's office as a part of their affirmative action plans that'll be due in March. And so we are working on a lot of things. I know that right now there aren't a lot of products, but hoping to be able to answer any questions you might have that are immediate. And we've been doing monthly updates. We're also hoping that I can come back, instead of in March, come back in June with a more robust report of not updates and action verbs of what we are currently doing, but some things that we have completed, and give an update in that manner. So with that, I will pause to see if there are questions and hopefully be able to come back in June.
Thank you very much, and we certainly look forward to your June report, and it's on the agenda already. So you've got a spot at the table. Questions for Nikatris?
I have a quick one, Chair.
Vice Chair Simpson, please.
Nikatris, good to see you. Glad to see you got some support coming on. I can only imagine what it's like being isolated in this role and coming into a new job in a different environment and all that. So big ups to you to be able to get some support in there. But my question is going to be probably it's going to make some people uncomfortable on this call, but it's okay, because that's the day and age we're in. Is really about there's this thing that I'm starting to see, this trend, and so I'm curious about you, how you handle it and manage it, because what I'm seeing now is there's been this long tenured process of this term minority, which has been turned into pretty much everybody's in, right? It was intended based on from the civil rights movement to specifically target underserved populations of color specifically. And now with this term BIPOC, it is a little bit more targeted, but it kind of has the same root and DNA as the term minority when the moment came. The problem with this is that, as we know, the reason why BIPOC is even in existence today is because the watered down impact and effect that the term minority has had on underserved populations of color and people that have been hindered by, institutional racism and discrimination. And every single group gets included. So you said in your report that you're working on initiatives pertaining to women and BIPOC, but I didn't know BIPOC was a gender-specific term. And so I need to have clarity on that, because I was under the impression it was gender binary. And so when people say that, it makes me start to think about, well, what does that mean now? Because you can't say that, and then now you're going to say, then you have to have this other group, and then it becomes back to the exact same situation as to what happened with the term minority. And so I'm just curious about your thoughts about that as it pertains to the equity office and the term BIPOC, and really what BIPOC is supposed to stand for. Is it gender specific or is it gender binary?
No, it's neither. So BIPOC does not, thank you very much for your question, Vice Chair. BIPOC does not refer to gender at all. So in the strategic action plan goal, we say BIPOC and women-owned businesses. And so those are two separate things, right? We're looking at businesses that are owned by Black, Indigenous, people of color including Asian Pacific Islander, Latino or Latinx, Hispanic nationality. And even that term, BIPOC, is not like the favorite of many, because it still doesn't necessarily explain everybody's identity. The idea behind it is to try to list people the best we can in terms of thinking about people who are from historically excluded and marginalized identities based on race and nationality. That is what it's trying to describe. That is the essence of it. Does it always do a great job? No. But that is the goal of it, and the word we're using at this moment. I have no question that it could shift even in the next couple of years. I've already seen it shift in some other agencies where they're doing BIPOC / Alaskan Native and American Indian. So there's no question that the word could shift again. But that is then an and women for the strategic action plan. For this particular contract that we are reviewing right now, it actually isn't for women businesses. It's really looking at how and so I misspoke. It's really looking at how we can do better in terms of programming, assistance, resourcing, on-the-job training, workforce development, like how we can do better with businesses that are owned by Black, Indigenous, people of color. Again, using that in a broad term for those who have been historically and are currently being excluded based on race and nationality from a systemic point of view. Does that help or answer your question?
It does help, and I think in terms of the further we get with this, I would caution the agency and all other organizations that are utilizing this term and been bending it and twisting it and converting it and modifying it however they see fit in order to include every single group. I don't think that was the intent of what took place in 2020 with the movements that were in city streets and on the grounds. And so I would caution folks to say, leave it as it is and not modify it. And that's okay. It's okay to leave it as it is. It's not a threat. And it's not to say that anything is going to change immediately, but it at least puts more of a targeted emphasis on those specific demographic groups that are represented within that acronym.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for your question, and thank you, Assistant Director Perkins, for your response. Appreciate it. Other questions? Okay, well, thank you for your time today, and we look forward to hearing from you in June, if not before. Again, appreciate your presentation. We're going to move on now to the External Relations Report. Assistant Director Baker, the floor is yours. And you're on mute, Lindsay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
There we go. Wonderful. Thank you,
welcome,
Mr. Chair, for the reminder. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker with the Oregon Department of Transportation. So in the interest of time, I think trying to make up a little bit of time on the agenda, I'm just going to kind of run through what's going on in the legislative space. It is legislative session started on Tuesday officially. And it's legislative season. So today my remarks will really be, I think, specific and narrow to what's going on in the Capitol building, and then certainly happy to have additional conversation going forward with each and every one of you. So process-wise, where are we? We're in a virtual environment. Much like we are doing for the Commission meetings, we are having legislative session essentially all virtually. As many of you know who have been in and around the Capitol building, I know some of you really had a heavy hand in package development, I think back to 2017. You know how important it is to have that kind of connection, a lot of which is very in person, a lot of which kind of can be on the fly. You got to be in 5 places at once. So that dynamic that we're sort of used to in a traditional sense is sort of thrown out the window right now. So I think we're all, I don't want to say struggling certainly, but I think we're all sort of trying to figure out how to navigate in this new environment, recognizing that it is what it is. I think it's certainly in the best interest of safety, but it makes it a little bit more challenging. So I think we are planning to move, obviously planning to move forward in this environment. For that reason, I think the presiding officers and the governor have been working really closely to sort of slow the process down, right? In the interest of ensuring that people are able to track, people are able to sort of engage, certainly members of the public, but folks like myself and agency directors are able to sort of see what's going on and figure out how they fit into this new process. The process itself is intentionally slowed down, and I think the result of which will be a little bit of a bottleneck of bills. And so not to assert that there will not be things coming out of this session, because there certainly will be, and there are a lot of kind of big issues on the horizon, but that kind of normal cadence and pace of a session is just not the same, and it's really not parallel to this session. So for that reason, I think thinking back to the last time we talked with the Commission in a sort of formal way around legislative agenda, we had asked the Commission to advance forward, I believe it was 6 bills total. Recall that executive branch agencies are allowed to introduce bills. The governor actually introduces bills on our behalf.
but advanced 6 bills with endorsement from the Commission. So we are continuing to move forward on a lot of those, some of which have sort of been enveloped into a joint committee bill, for example, some of which can be used as other vehicles. But we have very intentionally, I think, pared back some of what we would otherwise be moving forward, just simply because the process is what it is. So I really am thinking about the 2021 session as a lot of kind of more housekeeping, kind of more technical changes. And so this is my way of saying ODOT as an organization really does not have an aggressive or a proactive legislative agenda like we may have had in years past. This, I think, in some ways is appropriate, sort of knowing where we are in the broader landscape of what's going on during this session, but we do have some pieces that we're advocating. So I'll kind of run also through some of the bills, and I'm not going to talk in specifics. I can certainly send lists and all that kind of stuff to you afterward, but sort of categorically what the larger topics of conversation I expect will be engaging in this session specific to the transportation program area. So there are a whole handful of bills around sort of speed setting, photo radar. I think you all have heard me talk about this in sessions past. We continue to work really, really closely with law enforcement partners, with local governments in particular, to make sure that we're sort of maintaining the balance between locals being able to do and sort of set, things on their own facility, and also having a level of statewide, I think, consistency and standardization that is helpful for law enforcement and also for members of the public who are traveling on these roads. So there's a bunch of bills around kind of that sort of speed setting space. And a lot of bills also on electric vehicle charging infrastructure in particular, and steps the state is taking, and ODOT in particular is taking around incenting fleet transition and electrification, and also providing the level of infrastructure support to support the fleet transition. So there are a ton of bills on this session, and I will flag a couple for you in particular. There's one bill that's being brought forward by Governor Brown that would actually extend the electric vehicle rebate program that right now is administered by the Department of Environmental Quality, and extend that sort of transfer of revenue coming from ODOT to DEQ for purposes of that program into the future. So essentially just eliminating that sunset. I think that'll continue to fund that program, and what I understand has been very oversubscribed in the past couple of years as it's been running. And so that's a bill that's coming forward from the governor's office. There's also a bill out there that would increase actually the privilege tax, and it would be specific to the local sort of Portland metro region, but would increase that tax and then again continue to be a revenue generation to support electric vehicle car purchase. So there's, like I said, a whole handful of bills out there kind of in and around this space, and I think it presents us a really, really good opportunity as an agency and certainly as a commission to really engage in the legislature and really further some of the goals that are included and embedded in the strategic action plan for 2021 and 2023. So I think there's great opportunity there for a lot of partnership. So let's see, I think the last piece I might talk about, again, just in the interest of time, has a lot of our work around wildfire. So I think there have been 2 brand new committees established, one in the House and one in the Senate, around wildfire sort of response and recovery. Since ODOT has such a critical role and has played such a critical role in the cleanup, right? So this is the debris removal, the hazard tree removal, and preparing communities across the state to become rebuild ready. I expect that we'll have a lot of conversation with these committees around our work and our efforts in that space, just kind of generally and largely. Certainly, we have a significant budget and budget component and budget request into this session to support some of that work that we're putting out into the community. But this is my long way of saying there's a lot of, I think, policy conversation this session around, one, how are we responding and how are we as a state able to support communities rebuilding after the Labor Day fires? And 2, what steps are we taking and what are we thinking about from a kind of policy framework to be more prepared and resilient for what we expect to be similar events into the future. So again, more to come on all of these bits and pieces. I'm happy to follow up with lists and amendments and et cetera, the degree to which you all want them. But I might pause here, see if there's any questions, and then look forward to talking to you all again in March, once we're a little bit further into session.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Questions for Assistant Director Brown? I mean Baker? I was looking at Julie while I was saying that. Sorry, and I'm reading Julie Brown, and I'm trying to say Baker. So, questions for the Assistant Director? Thank you for that report.
Trying to
4
figure out
days.
how she's always able to.
Vice Chair.
I was just trying to. It was just a comment, just a joke. I'm just enamored how the fact she can keep her reports just under her allocated time frame every single time. So I'm waiting for the time when she exceeds her time cap.
It's a thing of beauty, and you know, I don't know what chip was installed or what happened, but she does it. She just does it. Yeah, it's the way it is. Take a lesson, I guess, is the word. So thank you, Lindsay. 4 days in, I thought that was a very impressive report for 4 days in to a virtual session where people are trying to kind of learn how to legislate in a virtual environment. So we recognize this, like everything that's happened since the beginning of last year, is going to be different. The only thing I would say is I would encourage in the leadership briefings that are the commission that I asked to be instituted, and it has been instituted, that we try and through the balance of the session have regular conversations on legislation at each of those meetings. It's a more informal environment. It's a little less time constrained, and we have you know, the ability for you to be one-on-one or two-on-one with us, just talking about status and how things are going. So I would encourage you and the director to keep that at the top of the list for those meetings as you develop agendas.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You got any other questions or comments from the commission? So miraculously, as a result of Lindsay Baker, we are at 11:56, which is not too bad. So we'll take our break now and come back at 11:05. 11:05. Okay. Just a quick check-in. I see Commissioner Smith, and I see Commissioner Brown, aka Commissioner Baker, and I'm looking for the vice chair. I see his name, but not his face. I'm going to assume there's a face back there, Orlando. Are you on with us? I'm going to assume Orlando is on or nearly on. So I think we should move forward. The next topic is item G. It's an informational item on financial. ODOT's long-term budget challenges, and we have Assistant Director Brower and Budget Manager Hamlin with us this morning to talk further about that. So I will turn it over to Mr. Brower.
Thank you, Mr. Commission. For the record, I am Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for 4 different financially related items. These items all really tie together and interrelate, and the conversation is going to build on the previous items. We're going to start with a discussion of the budget picture and then move into some funding allocation items. We do realize that this volume of financial-related items, we're going to be throwing a lot of numbers around. There's certainly the potential for confusion or complexity of all these funding sources. So feel free to stop and raise questions as we go along, as otherwise we could certainly get into the weeds and get a little bit lost. Next slide, please. Today, for this item, we are going to be giving you a little bit of a reminder of the context for the budget update. We're going to talk a little bit about the current gap between anticipated revenues and expenditures. We'll walk you through our approach to close the gap and the successes we have had. And then we're going to talk about long-term, our roadmap for sustained financial health, which, as you'll recall, is a key element of the agency OTC strategic action plan. So next slide, please. We were last in front of you back in July with a fairly bleak picture, and luckily, the fact that we proactively began working together, both internal to the agency and with the commission and with our external partners, has led us to have some pretty significant successes in the last 6 months. So the news I bring you today will largely be good, with a few caveats about the long term and the challenges we still face. So just to give you the bottom line up front, the good news is our budget gap hasn't grown, and that's somewhat surprising given that our revenue continues to take a hit due to COVID-19 and we have all the additional wildfire costs. But there are some things that offset that, that Steph and Hamlin will walk you through. We still have a budget gap of about $700 million up front, but then the steps we're taking that we've already locked in will reduce that gap to about $200 million through 2027, so a very significant reduction. As a result, we anticipate that we will make it all the way through the 21-23 and then into past the 23-25 biennial budget before we run out of cash. So really 2026 is that date currently where we run into cash challenges. And then the challenge, though, that we still have out there is we still have an annual deficit of about $100 million in 2025 and beyond, and it will continue to grow due to the structural nature of our revenue growing so slowly. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stefan, who's going to walk you through some of the context as a reminder, and then give you the latest update on our revenue and expenditure report, which we have done just again recently this fall.
Okay, thank you, Travis, and thank you to the Commission. For the record, my name is Stephen Hamlin, and I'm the ODOT Budget Manager. And if you could advance to the next slide, please. So as Travis laid out, the next couple slides, just trying to remind folks where we've been. We are seeing that our revenue stream is growing at about 2%, and our costs are growing at about 6%. And you can see that that is not sustainable in the long run. So we have identified that we have a budget gap or a revenue expenditure gap by 2027 that amounts to $700 million. Next slide, please. So I wanted to remind folks that we are actually talking about two different budgets within ODOT. So on the left side there, the transportation projects and programs side, that part of our of the agency has seen significant increases in funding streams. That comes from OTIA and JTA and the more recent House Bill 2017. Those funds that were raised there were dedicated to projects and to our system, the transportation system. So that part of our budget is fairly healthy. But it's the agency operations side that on the right side of this slide where we're seeing this imbalance. We have not had any funds directed towards the agency operations side. And so some of those areas include our road maintenance folks and our operational functions, our revenue collection divisions such as DMV and Commerce and Compliance, and then the administration and all of the support functions that help run the agency. Next slide, please. And so on the right side, I'm sorry, from the previous slide, we are on this pie graph, we're focusing in on that agency operations. And you can see that over 40% of it is in our maintenance and operations side. We have various other entities, DMV, Commerce and Compliance are on here, our support services, finance and budget, headquarter functions, and that kind of makes up that part of the budget that is funded with our what we consider our agency operations side. Next slide, please. So as Travis mentioned, we've had a number of things go against us since we were last with you. Our revenue decline due to COVID is in excess of $350 million over the next 5-year period. And we've also had to incur some wildfire costs that we are needing to use the State Highway Fund to match, particularly for the hazard tree removal. That's both for FHWA reimbursed hazard trees and for the FEMA hazard tree costs. But we've had two good things happen to us that have kind of balanced those out. We were able to save a huge amount of money, in excess of $50 million in bond refinancing savings that we just recently did. And then as we were building the budget, we had made a number of assumptions. And as we went through our audit process with DAS, we actually were able to true up our personal services costs, which also helped to balance out our budget. As Travis mentioned, the good news is we're still at $700 million gap from when we visited you guys last, but that's also still the bad news. So what have we done since then to try to close this budget gap? Let's go to the next slide, please. So here's a graphical depiction of our revenues are the green line, which are growing at that 2%. So that's the one with the squares, the line with the squares. And then the red, or the one with the triangles, is the expenditure line. And you can see that with the wildfire match, we have a imbalance in this year, but we start to gap out in the out years. In 26 and 27, we start to see that the red line continues to grow and exceed the revenue projections. Next slide, please. So here's some of the things that we've done to try to close that gap. We shared with you some actions that you guys approved. Most of those were on the STIP-related side. And then we have gone through and identified those parts of the agency that are considered agency operations, and we've gone through a cost savings process where we are going to be reducing the operating budgets by, on average, 6%, but we did not want to do straight across the board cuts, and so it's an average of about 6% across those agency operation groupings. And then we still have some gap that we have not been able to close all the way, and so we're looking at working with our stakeholders and with you guys to look at that. So on this next slide, I will show you what that looks like from a graphical standpoint. So here, the bottom slice, the orange slice, is actions that you, the OTC, and ODA as management have already approved. The blue, or the middle slice, is our 6% operating plan reductions that we've just recently had good conversation about, and we are going to be finalizing those plans in the next few months to implement starting with this next biennium. And then that gray slice, or the top slice, that is still an area that we are needing to work with. So we've closed approximately $500 million of the $700 million gap. So we have about $200 million left to do. And I think, Travis, you were going to mention what items we're looking at for that future budget gap closure.
Indeed. Thank you, Stefan. Next slide, please, Michelle. So since we came to you last July, we've taken a number of steps. We've adjusted the STIP to execute some of the recommendations as part of the STIP process that we've been working through. We've launched an internal staff activity to find creative ways to save money, to make sure that everyone in the organization is contributing their expertise and their ideas and their passion to helping us become more efficient. As Stefan mentioned, we're developing operating plans with cuts below what was in the agency request budget and the governor's recommended budget that came out recently. And then we're continuing to identify some bigger ticket opportunities to become more efficient and save money. Next slide, please. I'll walk you through some of the key things that we have done. One of the largest and most important areas is really the area of shifting funds within the STIP and other programs to cover those costs from non-operating funds. So we made some changes to the STIP as we were working with you on this 24-27 STIP, shifting more indirect costs of project delivery to FHWA funds, as we had not yet maximized that amount, and also changed the color of the money that we were using for a few projects or a few programs, major bridge, major interstate, major culvert maintenance, from our base operating funds to HB 2017 funds that were set aside for bridge, paving, and culverts. So that made a significant dent in our operating budget. The largest single area, though, is something that Brian Worley referred to this morning during the public comment period, was working with our local partners on the local fund exchange programs. This is an area that we've discussed before, where ODOT shares a significant amount of federal dollars with local agencies, and then over time has increased the amount of that we are willing to exchange with local agencies for state dollars. And all those state dollars were otherwise available for us for our agency operational budget. So we sat down and negotiated with cities and counties and MPO representatives a modification to the agreement we have with AOC and LOC. And I think we had a very good discussion that ended up saving the bottom line for the ODOT's budget about $150 million, while only hitting the bottom line of cities and counties by about $1.1 million a year, about $7 million over the 6-year period that we were looking at, largely by just shifting the color of money that we were using to exchange funding with local government. So I think a good example of how we can have a process of working with our partners to help ODOT's budget, and in this case, with relatively limited consequences for local agencies. Next slide, please. We mentioned a little bit about the operating plans. Each division is developing a plan that will make a reduction of about 6% in its budget from the governor's recommended budget. However, as Stefan noted, we did not want to do this as across-the-board cuts. We wanted to be much more targeted and strategic, and we wanted to make sure that we were investing in areas that would help us achieve the outcomes in the strategic action plan. As a result, we set aside $19 million for what we call buybacks, essentially eliminating a cut that a division had proposed if it was something that would have a significant negative impact, and for making reinvestments, including in some of the areas that were outlined in the strategic action plan. We're going through that process now. We had a 2-day budget summit last week among our senior leaders. We'll have a proposal that we'll be sharing. At a 6% reduction, most divisions were able to essentially nibble around the edges, but it certainly did create moderate pain for everyone to come forward with a 6% reduction. It was generally manageable, but people will certainly see some impact. So we saw some divisions that were able to find some efficiency. So I lift up the Commerce Compliance Division example. They have been sending out literally tens of thousands of letters each year to motor carriers. They're going to shift that to email letters, email notifications, and save about $300,000 a biennium. So that's an efficiency that we were able to identify through this process. And we're going to be continuing to look for other efficiencies as we narrow the budget. On the other hand, there are some things within this that we're considering that would have a significant impact on the system. So for example, the Delivery and Operations Division put forward a reduction of $17 million in funding for paving and doing other major work on low volume rural roads. That's a big hit that would have an impact on the system. So that is one of those particular cuts that is being proposed because of the impact that we're considering buying that back out of that $19 million set aside, or as we'll talk about a little bit later, we may even propose putting that back in the budget through use of the COVID-19 relief funds. So we will be working through this, and we'll report back to the Commission closer to the end of the biennium when we have these operating plans in place and as we have more to report on this. But we're having good collaborative discussions across the agency, and I'm confident that we're going to be able to put these into place and mitigate or minimize the impacts on our customers and the system to a significant extent. Next slide, please. So there's still a gap of about $200 million over the next 7 years, as Stefan noted. And so we are still looking for some targeted opportunities that are being worked. This is only a partial list, and we're going to continue to build on this list. So, for example, we're pursuing new federal funding opportunities for the Commerce Compliance Division that can help with some of its infrastructure. As we've noted before to the Commission, the current DMV driver fees do not cover the cost of providing services in most cases, and so we need to have a discussion with the legislature at some point about the feasibility of raising some of those fees that haven't been raised in a decade or more to ensure cost recovery. We also know that we have a significant opportunity right now with the agency heading in the direction of significantly increased telework to find some cost savings, particularly as we look at the potential for office space consolidation. We have a lot of office space as a large agency, particularly in the Salem area, and we think there's some opportunities with more people telecommuting, teleworking, that we might be able to have a smaller office space footprint, much as a lot of companies in the private sector are looking right now. And of course, in the absence of finding some of these things, we also will look at taking deeper cuts in our operating budgets in future biennium. I think we've calculated that with about another 3% reduction, we could close that gap of $200 million through 2027. We will continue working this. We're looking at things like DMV shifting services online and whether that can save us money on our personal services costs, as well as with the automated routing system for commerce compliance for heavy trucks that Chris mentioned at the beginning of the day today, whether we can automate processes that would reduce the labor-intensive nature of some of our current programs. So we're going to continue to reach, we're going to continue to strive to find ways to become more efficient and continue closing that budget gap. Next slide, please. So in terms of the next steps that we'll continue to communicate with the Commission, we're going to continue execution on this budget roadmap because we have not yet reached our destination. We still have a little ways to go. We're going to continue monitoring. This is really an iterative process where every 6 months to a year, we need to monitor what's happening with our revenue and our expenditure forecasts, all those external factors that are hitting us, either driving down or up revenue, driving up or down costs. And we're going to continue updating that so we're actively managing the budget. As you know, we're going to be exploring new revenue sources, whether that's tolling or road usage charging or the DMV fees we mentioned before. And we're going to do our very best to mitigate impacts of any reductions on service delivery as we look at these operating budget reductions. Because the last thing we want to do is have this budget shortfall have significant impacts on the system or our customers that we otherwise could have mitigated had we thought more carefully about it. And of course, we're going to maintain our commitment to transparency with both internal and external stakeholders, including the Commission. So you will hear us come back to you occasionally with updates on this and potentially action that the Commission may need to take in the future. We'll be doing the same with our external stakeholders and our own employees as well, who are obviously keenly interested in this. So with that, I will conclude by noting that we have taken a very proactive approach to managing our budget. We knew we had a budget cliff in the future, and we decided to attack that early, very proactively, before we reached the edge of that cliff and fell over the side. So as a result of that, we have been able to make significant strides. I will conclude there and be happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
Questions from the Commission to Mr. Brower and Mr. Hamlin?
I don't have a question, Chair. I have a comment.
Commissioner Brown.
So as forward and we're looking at all these stress, create a level of stress on the staff as they're wondering what is going to happen with their job or what in particular. I think that it being transparent is really, really going to be important for ODOT. But the other piece that I find very interesting is the idea of closing down some of the buildings that ODOT owns and moving people into either telework or consolidating. And one of the things that, you know, our goal is to reduce our carbon footprint. And for years, and Travis knows this, my first job was working with Department of Energy to actually look at telework. So it's funny how this has come full circle because of COVID. But I think it's one of the strategies we can do to reduce greenhouse gases.
Absolutely,
I have a
Commissioner.
question.
And I would note, we did have a conversation with our unionized staff before releasing all this information. We're trying to keep them in the loop.
Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Smith speaking. My question is more to do with our the impact from COVID-19 on our budget. And I heard that we are going to be $250 million less revenue over the next 5-year period due to COVID. Is there any way to also calculate or guesstimate the additional costs due to COVID in addition to the revenue loss? Because it seems like there's two pieces to that. And if you could maybe comment on that or respond to that, Travis.
Yeah, Commissioner, that's a really good question, and I wish we had a good answer for it. There are some direct costs that we tracked throughout the early stages of the pandemic that were certainly, fairly high. However, the larger area are those indirect costs where, say, DMV has had to do a large number of shifts in how it does business. We have not yet determined a methodology to be able to estimate those indirect costs. Or another example would be our maintenance crews oftentimes have to travel in separate vehicles to a job site rather than carpooling together in one truck. So we have not estimated that yet, but I would agree with you. There are some pretty substantial indirect costs across the entirety of the enterprise that will have basically driven up some of our costs. There are other things we've done to offset that. So it'd be hard to get a perfect true up of those numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I certainly agree with Commissioner Brown's comments about sensitivity around staff and keeping things as calm, and the way to do that is to be very transparent and very straight with where we are. If there are any implications for staff, that we're way out ahead of that. And also the comments about the buildings. I think Commissioner Smith's question is really important. And my question kind of goes beyond the 2021, 2027 horizon to, this is feeling to me like structural budget challenges. And so if you look beyond 2027, what are we looking at? In other words, will we be doing this again 2027 to 2033? If that's the case, I think one of our fiduciary obligations here as a commission, as an agency, would be to look further out than 2027 and make sure we're doing things now that set the agency up, since it's not a general fund agency, it's an other funds agency, that it can be successful financially 20 years out. I don't know if that's something that you have discussed, but I recognize at some point it gets very speculative, but I think something between a 50-year plan and a 5-year plan is probably in order here.
Yeah, Chair Brockman, that's a really good point, and absolutely correct. I mean, you saw the lines showing that we come out of balance in about 25, and then the gap just continues to grow over time. At no point, if we extended those out, would you start seeing them come back together because of that structural imbalance that Stefan showed. 2% revenue growth, 6% cost growth. So the good thing is everything we are doing today will help close that gap long term. But what it means is we are going to have continued ongoing efforts, not just for the next year and then be able to declare victory and go home. In a year, when we start extending our revenue forecast out further, we're going to start talking about what's the gap through 2029 and then looking even further beyond that. As you noted, it gets pretty speculative. We go out to 2027 because that's what our revenue forecast shows us and where we can reasonably estimate costs. But we are always thinking about the future. And in particular, that's where road usage charging comes in. With the gas tax being significantly constrained and in the long run being reduced by fuel efficiency, particularly we fully expect the Biden administration will come back in and put in place those very important CAFE standards that will once again reduce the amount of revenue generated from the gas tax. So we're going to need to be looking not just 7 years into the future, but like you say, 20, 50 years into the future to make sure that we have sufficient reliable funding for the agency and for the transportation system.
Yeah, and just one quick comment on that. I think the challenge for us is when we talk about operating, being financially stable on operating, that's one question. The other two questions for me is, what's that look like long term, which you just commented on, and then the third question is, what is its impact on our goals and objectives beyond merely operating the agency to actually have it perform and succeed in its mission? Because we don't have general fund funding, what we're spending on operating, which we have to spend a certain amount on operating to be a functioning agency, is deducted from what's available to us programmatically. And that concerns me, because I mean, to put it bluntly, I see the gap widening based on the slide and other information over time on the operating budget in the wrong direction. In other words, a structural budgetary problem. And the second thing I see is an enormous demand for service that we just had the 24-27 STIP discussion, and we have other discussions every meeting that essentially underscore the fact that we don't have the resources. Even if we had our operating budget in line and it looked good long term, we don't have the resources to do the program. And so all of that is a huge challenge. And I guess my thought on that is the longer we have to work on it, the better, which means we're doing the right thing in the near term, but it's not over by any means.
And Chairman Brockman, I should probably put a finer point on the fact that as we work through these budget reductions and the operating plans, and as we look at every funding source that comes in front of us, we're putting that filter of the strategic action plan down as a guiding set of principles for how to reduce the budget gap, and invest new funds that come in. So I will tell you, it's inevitable that a budget shortfall of this nature will constrain the ability of the agency to do certain things. And yet we're doing our very best to mitigate those constraints and work to focus in on those areas in the strategic action plan as we're very deliberately and intentionally trying to preserve or increase investments in those areas.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Chair Simpson?
Yeah, I had a quick one, and excuse me for my lack of understanding about the public real estate usage, but given the fact, Travis, that we're talking about increase and probably moving to a more standardized way in which people work now, which is remote going forward, what does that mean for all that vacant square footage in these office buildings that we're going to have? Could those become opportunities to lease out space or do anything innovative where there's additional revenue generated as opposed to our cost per foot being substantially high on just wasted space?
Yeah, Vice Chair Simpson, that's exactly the sort of questions we're asking ourselves. And in particular, you know, we have some buildings we own and some that we lease. And we're going to be looking at that from the perspective, particularly in the Salem area, where we have a lot of lease space and a lot of owned space. You know, maybe we can consolidate people into our owned buildings and then just let our leases expire as we go forward. But we're going to be looking at those from, you know, what's the most cost-effective measure. In some cases, it may be to use a lease space differently than we are today and consolidate more people there. So we're going to be having those discussions. We think we probably have in the order of, you know, $5 to $10 million we can save on lease space and office space just through consolidation. We've already done some of that over the years. Actually, we have a lot fewer spaces in Salem now. As we remodeled the transportation building, we were able to shift the way we put people in there and move a lot of ODOT offices into the transportation building. So this is really another phase of that effort.
Great. And then also I was curious about the vehicles too. I mean, I would assume when people used to work in offices, they'd use the organization's vehicles a lot. And so I would assume a lot of those are probably sitting right now. And so yes. What happens with that?
Yeah, well, this will definitely present an opportunity for us to review our purchases of our light fleet. Our medium fleet is primarily used by maintenance forces, and that's still, you know, being run pretty heavily. But absolutely, our light fleet is heavily underutilized right now. And so it may allow us to push off purchases. In the operating plans that we are developing, most divisions are pushing off fleet purchases as one way of cutting costs. So we're already looking at that. And I think we're going to need to have a more systemic look at our light fleet as well. And whether in this remote environment, we need to have as many vehicles. I personally, I don't think I've touched an ODOT vehicle in, 8 months.
Wow. Great. Is there anything you don't know or haven't ran an analysis on yet, Travis? How about that?
I think there's a couple things out there, but I'll let you know when I find them.
Intergalactic transportation services between Oregon and Mars. You haven't quite gotten there, but I think pretty much everything else you've had your hands into. Okay.
Actually, there was an excellent series in the New Republic last month about that topic.
I'm sure. All right. If there are no further questions at this point, we'll get on to the second of our 4 financial reports today.
Excellent. Well, Chair Van Broecklen, members of the Commission, I am still Travis Brower, and I will be walking you through now a related topic about COVID-19 relief funding. We, at the end of the calendar year, were surprised at some level to see Congress pass a COVID-19 relief bill that included a significant infusion of funding for transportation. And so today, myself and Cooper and Trevor Sleeman, our Federal Affairs Advisor, will walk you through this proposal of what came to us and how we're proposing to use those funds. We're bringing you a basic framework proposal for spending those dollars to get your feedback, to get your input, to allow the public, as we heard earlier today, to provide feedback. And then we would plan to bring you back a final proposal in March. It's important to note that we only received the official notice from the Federal Highway Administration of how much money we're going to receive and how much money needs to be suballocated to local governments on Tuesday afternoon. And so this is really hot off the presses, and we don't even know enough yet to bring you a final proposal that's down to the project level, because there are some special authorities in this legislation for how money can be used that still needs a lot of definition from our partners in the Federal Highway Administration. So we're going to be meeting with them later today and beginning to work through a lot of those questions. Next slide, please. So as has been noted, as I think we've shared with the Commission over time, the State Highway Fund has had a pretty significant hole punched in it by COVID-19. In the current and past fiscal years, we expect a revenue loss of $225 million to the State Highway Fund, and that will grow to about $370 million over this 6-year period through 2025. That's about an 8% revenue loss last year and a 6% revenue loss this year. This impacts both ODOT and local agencies. And with an ODOT, it primarily impacts our operating budget, the area that Steph and I just talked about, where we have a significant shortfall, because most of our dollars that go into projects and programs are specifically dedicated federal funds that haven't been reduced or are from bond revenue. So in that sense, most of this hit has been to the operations and maintenance side of the agency, where we simply don't have as much money as we did before, even as our costs are going up now that we have wildfire recovery and debris removal that has been put on ODOT's plate. So it has significantly exacerbated the operational budget gap that we just talked about. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sleeman to cover the next slide, next couple of slides, and then we'll go into some of the details of how we're proposing to use this funding.
Good late morning to you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Trevor Sleeman, ODOT's Federal Affairs Advisor and Tribal Liaison. And yeah, Travis is right. We got a very pleasant surprise in late December after sort of being on the outside looking in at COVID relief conversations this past year. State DOTs did get that $10 billion in relief funding, which was sort of had been debated all summer long and never really got anywhere, and sort of late breaking news that it was inserted into the bill. So a nice surprise. The text of the bill says that we are to use the funds to, quote, prepare for and respond to coronavirus. So it seems fairly clear Congress intends this to be relief type funding rather than stimulus type funding, which may very well come at a later date. So this funding is divvied up to states through the usual federal highway formulas. And when you run $10 billion through that formula, Oregon's share works out to be about $124 million. And I intentionally say Oregon's share and not ODOT's share because Congress has suballocated a portion of this funding, just like they do with some of our usual federal funding, directly to the large metropolitan planning organizations, of which, of course, we have 3 in Oregon. So that works out to be about $12 million to the Portland MPO and about $2 million each to the Eugene and Salem MPOs, which leaves ODOT's share at about $106 million. And helpfully, the text of the legislation makes this funding much more flexible than our usual federal formula dollars. So we will have the ability to use these dollars for things like maintenance, operations, staff salaries, and other administrative costs that we're not typically able to invest our federal dollars in. And one other very helpful provision is that this funding is 100% federal share, so we're not required to provide any state matching dollars like we normally do with our federal funding. And note, too, that as the final 2 bullets indicate there, this is there was multimodal funding included in the bill, so there's in addition to highways, we've also got another $1 billion in relief dollars going to Amtrak. They received $1 billion earlier in the spring in the CARES Act, and an additional $14 billion to transit. So note, this is the second tranche of funding, and I'll ask Michelle to go to the next slide. Second tranche of funding for transit agencies during the pandemic. You can see in that first column there the funding that was provided by the CARES Act, which was way back in late March of last year, if you can believe that. And this next column shows the funding for this most recent bill. And you can see that Congress chose to more heavily direct this funding toward larger urban areas. You can see that through both of these relief bills, transit providers have received over $500 million cumulatively once this round has been distributed. And I will also note that if you've been reading the news, President Biden has proposed a $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package to be brought up here relatively quickly, and that package includes an additional $20 billion in relief for transit agencies. So a very multimodal approach by Congress, and perhaps we'll be able to talk through additional relief funding at a future meeting. But for now, I will turn it over to Mr. Brower to talk through some of the options for investing that $106 million in highway relief funding that's coming to ODOT.
Great. Thank you, Trevor. So next slide, please, Michelle. We started out at a leadership level talking through the goals and priorities that we wanted to advance using these funds. Things like addressing agency strategic priorities, reducing our operational funding gap, reducing the deficit we have in the 21-24 STIP, as well as sharing resources with local governments, applying an equity lens, and also making multimodal investments. So you can see a very broad set of goals and priorities, and you'll see that reflected in the proposed allocation of funds. There are 4 elements to this, and we're going to walk you through each of these individually, but I'll give you this basic proposed allocation of highway funds. We use ranges because we're still at an early point in the process and don't know exactly how the guidance from the Federal Highway Administration will shape up in terms of the allowable uses and the conditions that will come attached to that. And so we may need to pivot in one way or another. But the 4 components are a local formula fund that would be given out by statute to the large MPOs and then by agreement with the cities and counties and the smaller MPOs. Second group of funds, the largest area we would propose, would go toward operations and maintenance costs to help offset our operational budget deficit that we have over $200 million, or in some cases to mitigate the impacts of the cuts that we're making. And this is because a significant amount of those cuts we are making is due to the reality that the coronavirus has taken significant revenue away from operations and maintenance. Third, we would look to fund some of our unmet need in the 21-24 STIP for ADA compliant ramps so that we can then avoid having to borrow against fix-it funds in the 2024-2027 STIP, which was a topic of conversation last month. We're going to cover in the next agenda item as well. And then finally, we have an area we call targeted investments that will look at how much some investments that would help us move forward on some of our strategic priorities, address equity, address some of the multimodal investments we need to make, and even help perhaps with some of the wildfire recovery efforts. So next slide, please, Michelle. We'll walk you through these each individually. Starting with the local formula funding. We had a conversation with our partners at AOC and LOC last week and presented the proposal that we have. The legislation suballocates funding to the 3 large metropolitan planning organizations by statute, by formula. So that's $16.1 million that will go to Portland, Salem, Kaiser, and Eugene, Springfield. On an annual basis, we have an agreement with the cities and the counties through which a certain amount of federal funds is distributed each year to those. Most of those cities and counties then take that as fund exchange. So it's the fund exchange program that we have talked about over time. So what we have proposed is voluntarily sharing a proportional amount through that formula in the AOC LOC federal fund sharing agreement that complements the distribution of funding to the large MPOs. So what this agreement does is it funds all 36 counties for their areas that are outside the large MPOs, it funds the small MPOs, and it also funds cities over 5,000 that are not in an MPO. So it is directly complementary to the formula that is set in federal law that gives funding to the large MPOs. This is consistent with our annual practice of sharing funds, although I would note typically in an average year, I think the local governments receive through these formulas something like 12% of total funding. In this case, we'd be talking north of 20% of total funding. So it is a richer allocation than on an annual basis. And this is also consistent with the practice that the Commission used in the Recovery Act. There's also a little bit of local funding, most likely in the targeted investments. So this would not necessarily be the entirety of that local formula funding, or the local funding going to cities and counties and MPOs. Ultimately, though, the share of funding that would go to local governments is really up to the Commission as a policy call, as you heard some of the comments earlier today from the cities and counties. So with that, I will transition over to Mr. Brown to walk through the other three areas. And Michelle, you can go to the next slide.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations for ODOT. And as Travis mentioned, I'm going to run you through the next couple of slides, the next three areas where we would propose this money go in a little bit more detail, but some of it will be underscoring what's already been said. So on the first area, the operations and maintenance side, as you've heard in this presentation and the previous one, big hit to our operation and maintenance funds, both in terms of the reduction from a loss of revenue from gas taxes due to less travel, but also we've been hit in our O&M funds by wildfire, and I think Stefan mentioned this in the last presentation. We have about a $75 million hit that we absorbed through our operations and maintenance funds to cover some of the matching requirements to remove those hazard trees that we're in the process of doing. So in the spirit of this relief funding, as it was described by Trevor, we want to use these funds to plug those most gaping holes created by the pandemic's impact. And for us, as it's been stated, it's definitely on our operations and maintenance budget. That's the one that's been hardest hit for sure. As noted there on the slide, this would also reduce the gap, the revenue gap that we have, the operational shortfall. As talked about before, we've already made great strides to lessen that and shrink that from over 700 to near 200. But anything that we put forward towards operations and maintenance will further reduce that by that amount. Reduces the impact of reductions to operations and maintenance programs. This too was already covered a little bit. But as Travis mentioned in the last slide, part of our operating budget exercise has been looking for more or less 6% reductions in various corners of the agency and in all corners of the agency. And some of those are coming from our operations and maintenance budget. And so this would go, if we put money back into that, it would buy back, in essence, some of those cuts. And the things that we're entertaining in this space would be low volume paving, perhaps federalizing some of the maintenance costs that we're currently incurring, and then possible fleet purchases and maintenance infrastructure upgrades as well. Those are the types of things that we probably bring back to you in March. As mentioned before, the guidance for how we can use these funds is evolving. Well, I should say probably more accurately, we're receiving more and more of it. It's being refined. And that's happening right now in real time. And over the next few days, we anticipate getting more guidance. But what we know now for sure is that we can use these funds for operations and maintenance and administrative costs, which is fairly atypical for federal dollars like this. But there's still some unknowns and some questions about exactly how it can be spent and perhaps what other requirements would come into play depending on how we use it. So, for example, Buy America Act requiring us to look first to those American firms when we're making capital investments or procuring equipment. Obviously, we want to do that, but that might preclude some of the options we have on what we can get and might impact some of the things we put forward. So those types of intricacies are are being worked through right now and will continue to be worked through as we get more refined guidance from the federal government. Next slide, please, Michelle. So as Travis mentioned, ADA curb ramps, we think it's a good idea to put some of the money to the short-term needs for getting ADA compliant curb ramps out on the streets. You'll recall that in December, we asked you to amend the 21-24 STIP in part to address these recently identified forecasted needs for the short term. At the time, as Travis mentioned, we didn't know we'd be receiving this funding, so quite the gift. But since we have, we think it's wise to devote some of these funds to those ADA needs. It wouldn't address the entire gap, and we have an ADA topic, as mentioned, right after lunch, where we're going to delve more deeply into that. But it would address some of it, and of course is in alignment with the equity and access for all goals and outcome areas that are identified in the Strategic Action Plan. The last bullet there, reducing borrowing against fix-it funds, as Travis, I think, already mentioned, part of that $237 million shortfall was going to come from borrowed funds taken from the fix-it program in the 24 and 27 STIP. So accordingly, putting some money to ADA needs will reduce this hit to the fix-it program in the out years, ensuring that we're able to keep those vital projects going and keep our maintenance of our roads and our bridges up to snuff, if you will. Next slide, please. So the final area, as mentioned before, that we're proposing we invest these funds is really targeted investments. And I've described that as ways that we can move the needle towards the strategic outcomes and goals that have been identified in the Strategic Action Plan. So we have a rough list right now, based on the guidance that we know, of those projects and programs that would most move that needle for those Strategic Action Plan goals and outcome areas. As Travis mentioned, equity benefits, multimodal, climate lenses, all of these things are the ones that we're considering and trying to apply and filter these proposals through projects that address our EV goals, for instance. As you'll recall, there's a goal outlined in the strategic outcome, I should say, outlined in the Strategic Action Plan to increase the EV infrastructure, charging infrastructure across the state. So perhaps some of these funds could go towards that effort, establishing a multimodal network. There's a lot of work to be done there, just understanding kind of where we are and then defining where we need to go. And as noted on the slide, perhaps plussing up key programs that address a lot of these issue areas, like the Safe Routes to School program, would be another possibility. So that's a quick flyover of the other three areas. I will turn it back over to Mr. Brower.
Thank you, Cooper. Next slide, please. So the next steps in this process is today is an opportunity for us to get input from the Commission on this basic framework proposal. As noted, we're going to seek guidance from the Federal Highway Administration on the operations and maintenance spending to help us understand better what we can use that funding on and what requirements may come about as a result, because there may be some things that we don't want to do because of that. For example, fleet purchases is an area we've looked at, but if we're required to follow the Federal Buy America requirements, we may or may not be able to source domestically produced vehicles for our medium-duty maintenance fleet. So those are questions that we're going to be worked through. We need to continue working with local governments and get any feedback from you today on the level of funding for our local partners. And then we would come back and make a final recommendation at the March OTC meeting that would be coordinated with the 21-24 STIP funding. As I'll note in the next agenda item, we're going to ask you to put a little bit of money or a significant amount of money into ADA ramps. We're going to ask you to pull back a little bit on the rest of the STIP amendment so that we can make sure that we're bringing you a coordinated approach to funding these priorities and needs across the agency from the different funding sources. I'll also note that the Public Transit Advisory Committee will be working out a plan for the transit funding. There's about $2.7 million in funding that will flow through ODOT's Public Transit Division, even though most of the money will be going to the larger urban areas. So with that, I will pause, and we would love to get your feedback and direction on this.
Thank you, gentlemen. comments from the commission members on providing input?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to start kind of my personal high-level perspective on how we should allocate those funds. And obviously, this is brand new to all of us. We're trying to figure out how best to use the money given the parameters that we have and not really knowing where the true bookends are yet. But for me, I think we need to try and get the right balance of allocating, suballocating funds to our local cities and counties, particularly the ones who did not get this extra funding directly, you know, the MPO funding, because, you know, there's a lot of community need, and we need to make sure that we are looking at the right mix. Obviously, ODOT has been affected substantially, so has local government, and just really want to make sure that we are thinking about it and doing that in the right way, in a fair way. And so it's really important to me that we continue to work with AOC and LOC partners to make sure that everybody is generally okay with it. I mean, obviously, everybody wants as much as they can get. So we're not going to make everybody happy, but I think we need to make sure that we're doing the fair thing. So that's kind of my overarching goal. And then also that we should be using the funds as they were intended. And I think I heard prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID. Maybe I got the last one wrong, I'm not sure. And so to me, how we use them should reflect how we've been impacted, not only, you know, our loss in revenue, but our additional expenses that are kind of hard to quantify. So I'm wondering if the right use of the funds is for the ADA ramps. And I guess a question along those lines, are there, so to the funding of the ADA ramps, does that just come out of our Fix-It program, our operations and maintenance? And so we're really using it kind of as we have less money coming in that would fund those, and so that's why we put them in, because it doesn't feel maintenance to me, but it probably is. So maybe I turn it back to Cooper or Travis and talk a little bit more about that.
So, Chairman Brockman, Commissioner Smith, yeah, happy to give you a little bit more. The bottom line, though, is yes, and I'll turn to Travis if he has anything to add. But the bottom line is yes, that those costs would primarily be coming from the operations and maintenance budget. And so the thinking here is, you know, it's hard to, we had lots of conversations about this, recognizing the intention of this funding and that to really respond to the gaps that have been created by COVID. And for us, operations and maintenance budget funds so much of what we do, to include ADA ramps and other things. And since it took such a heavy hit, it's kind of a step removed, if you will. Some of the things we're putting forward in some of these buckets, but at the end of the day, there's a pretty clear line in my mind to all of these program areas because of COVID and the decrement that we've seen to our operations and maintenance budget, if that makes sense. So okay, maybe I'll turn to Travis and see if he can be more articulate, as he often is, than I am.
Yeah, I guess I would just note and add to that within the eligibility, Congress did ensure that construction is an eligible activity. So they left the eligibility for the full suite of capital projects and the normal areas where investment can be made. So while there certainly is some intent to respond to COVID, it's not the totality of the package. And so that's why we brought what we considered a fairly balanced approach that did a little bit of both, that did some things that were directly in response to the revenue loss, and did some things also that are designed to compensate for the effects of COVID. So for example, we know that disabled people have been some of the most heavily impacted by COVID. So ADA ramps, while not necessarily being delivered in time to directly help them with COVID challenges, certainly is a way to recognize that this pandemic has hit different communities in different ways and has generally hit the most disadvantaged communities hardest.
Thank you. I just wanted to, those are my high level thoughts, and obviously kind of the last thing is we really need to strike a balance to provide adequate opportunity for input from our partners and the community, and at the same time roll the money out as quickly as we can, knowing that there's also a economic stimulus effect to doing that. So, go quickly but slowly.
Yeah, I agree with those comments about we need as much process. I've described it as much process and outreach as we can have, given that we have a time frame that doesn't allow for 6 months of process. And we're a state that prides itself on being a sunshine state. Having not meteorologically, at least on this side of the mountains, but in terms of our public processes, and we want that transparency, but we also want to get the funding out and working to respond. So I think good comments from Commissioner Smith. One follow-up I had was on the ADA ramps. Do we have timeline considerations? I guess I'll describe them as compliance considerations vis-a-vis the court order we're under that we should be thinking about as we're thinking about how we're doing this. I don't want to be blowing a deadline. I don't want an enforcement order and all of the associated media and public concern that we are not paying attention.
Chairman Brockman, absolutely. And that is something that we'll talk a little bit more on the next agenda item, where we're actually asking you to take action. We do need to have some funding dedicated to meet our settlement agreement, approximately $147 million for this construction season and next construction season, to stay on the path of getting the projects under construction that meet our settlement agreement requirements. So there is some urgency to this as well.
So that's 147 in 21 and another 147 in 22?
Chairman Brockman, it's 147 for 21 and 22, and then there's an additional $90 million needed for 23 and 24.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Travis and or Cooper? We may have more input once we've, obviously thought a little bit more. We may have additional questions on this that come up this afternoon as we're talking about other elements. I think we should certainly, we may need to have some opportunity for further input soon after this meeting, once we've all had a little bit more time to think about this. So it may require maybe a 1-hour meeting of the commission just to talk about these things, or to get input through subsets of us. I don't want to load you up with more meetings, but I also think this is it's enough money that we want to make sure we're doing it. The other thing I'll just lay out for consideration is I'd like to have some analysis of how this pool of money relates to other funding we have or anticipate having, so that we are seeing this money in context and we are making decisions here that are anticipating and you can give us the percentages on this is a 10% chance of happening, this has a 95% chance of happening, so that we know how much weight to give to other potential sources. But I want to make sure we're thinking about this holistically, I guess, for lack of a better word, in the contextually in the context of where we are and what else may be there. If we're going to get an, I know this is a big if, and I don't know what kind of percentage you put on this. But we get an infrastructure bill, and we kind of have some idea with Trevor's help in knowing kind of some of the initial thoughts on that. If it's all going to equity, that's telling us one thing. If it's all going to transit, that's telling us one thing. If it's all going to, I don't know, something else, it won't all be going to one thing. But I just would like us to have, here are other things we might be getting or we think look fairly good. And I know we didn't have any idea this was coming. And predicting politics is a tough business. So anyway, that I do want to make sure we're not just having our blinders on and missing something we should be thinking about. Any further comments or thoughts before we take our lunch break? And again, we'll be talking on this realm of issues all in the afternoon. So if you think of other questions over lunch, please make sure and raise them when we get into the discussions this afternoon. Okay, it's 12:12 by my clock. Let's just say 12:45. That sound right? Okay, 12:45, lunch break. Thank you, gentlemen. We will see you on the other side of lunch. Okay. Pardon me. I think we'll get going again. Let me make sure we have a quorum. Commissioner Brown, are you here? Julie, are you here? Come back around to you. Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Smith, you're back? Travis, can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Okay, good. I see Commissioner Smith. I see Commissioner Brown. Let's see, Orlando is back. Okay, great. We're reconvening, and I'll turn to Mr. Brower again.
Great. Thank you, Chair Van Brockman, members of the Commission. I am Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director, and I am joined by Karen Rowe as well today to give this presentation on the 21-24 STIP. You will recall that we brought you in December a proposal to start the process of allocating some additional funding that we can reasonably anticipate from the federal government over the course of the STIP. And we also brought you a list of the needs across the transportation system that needed to be funded, really focused on those highest priority mandates that had been brought forward. So we are going to bring that back to you today, but in a slightly different format, because in the intervening month, darned if Congress didn't give us the COVID funding that we just discussed. And we need to make sure that we are investing both the STIP and the COVID funding in the best way we can in a coordinated, integrated approach across the different needs. So we're going to ask you to hold off on much of the amendment, but we are going to ask you to approve funding that is needed to move forward immediately on the ADA curb ramps to meet our settlement agreement requirements. So next slide, please, Michelle. As a reminder, what we have put forward in the 21-24 STIP as the priorities that are really mandated either by the governor's direction or by state law is looking at tolling development and implementation for $60 million through the remainder of the STIP to get us through significant development activities and help us make the decision about going live. The Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, $30 million, which would complete the funding that ODOT needs to provide for the program development portion of the work and get us through the end of the STIP. WashDOT obviously is also a contributor to this, and then we would have contributed $45 million if and when this money is contributed. And then ADA curb ramps, $237 million, done in two batches of funds, essentially. We have $147 million for this year and next year, and then an additional $90 million for 23 and 24. So the challenge was that this adds up to a grand total of $327 million in total needs. But the amount of funding we had available was only $207 million in money that we could anticipate from the federal government and from the state highway fund. As a result, we had a deficit of about $120 million that we were proposing to borrow from the Fix-It program in the 24-27 STIP. That was incorporated in the funding scenario that you approved last month. So that's the background on this. We're asking, though, right now to push the pause button on most of these investments, but to move forward in some of the areas. One thing I would note is note for you. You heard a lot about the Aurora Donald interchange this morning. That was one of the projects that we considered for the 21-24 STIP, but as we had limited funding, it ultimately did not make the cut because we really did focus in on those projects that were absolutely mandated by the governor or by the legislature. So as a result, there were a number of projects, very good projects that didn't make the list that we brought forward for them. Next slide, please. So what we are proposing for today is that you provide $147 million in funding for ADA curb ramps in 2021 and 2022 to keep the program on track, be able to meet our investment requirements to keep the settlement agreement on track so that we do not run afoul of our legal requirements. That is necessary to get those projects moving ahead now so that they can be designed, constructed over the course of the next year, year and a half. We would defer the remainder of the STIP amendment to March, though, and that would allow us to bring back proposals that coordinate use of the additional state and federal STIP funding with the COVID-19 relief funding. So, for example, we talked earlier about using some of the COVID-19 funding on ADA ramps. If you were to choose to do that, that would reduce the amount of money we would have to put into the STIP for that area as well. So before we ask you to take that action, I'll turn to Karen Rowe and ask her to talk a little bit about what we're doing to reduce the cost of our ADA projects to ensure we're able to deliver those in a cost-effective manner, and also how we're coordinating those projects with other construction projects, whether they're ODOT projects or local projects, so that we're minimizing the impacts of construction activity.
Thanks, Travis. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, for the record, I'm Karen Rowe, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. So I just want to go back and remind everyone about the ADA settlement agreement. ODOT is under this obligation to complete 7,770 ADA ramps by 2022. This settlement agreement was put in place about 2018. So we're in this mode of getting through this learning curve of what that looks like and how to get these ramps out the door. We already have completed 2,337 ramps. We have in construction 1,693, and we have in design 5,370. So we're trying to overshoot the target, so in case we run into any issues, we're able to complete it. We're really at this phase of where we've been crawling to try to get up to speed on getting these ramps out the door. We're now walking, but we're stumbling a little bit. We're looking to how can we be more effective in rolling out these ADA ramps. So we've sent out a survey to contractors to get their input and get their thoughts on, you know, you guys are bidding on these. What would be more useful for you? How could we get better bids with you on these projects? So we put that survey out in December. We met with them in January. We're coming up with a plan. We're putting people through training for design, inspection, even the contractors in construction, we're doing training. COVID set us back a little bit, but we're getting back on track. And our goal is to have a 30 to 40% better efficiency in our projects by 2022, 2023. But we are putting everything we can into our projects right now. So we're using those survey results and seeing what we can do to help be more efficient in our ADA projects. So that I do have more details on that if you have any questions on specifics. However, I also just want to talk about a little bit of how with our ADA projects, we aren't just doing ADA ramp projects. We are coordinating with our cities and counties. I reached out to all the regions. They all had examples of where they've combined work with cities and counties, sometimes make improvements not only to ADA ramps, but sometimes to crossings or medians or sidewalks. So we try also, well, we make sure on all our surface treatment projects that we do all the ADA curb ramp upgrades at the same time. And so if we see that something needs to be done in the city, like in Region 1, there's a project in 2022 that's going to be needing to be resurfaced, we make sure to include the ADA ramps in that. So we're trying to strategically make sure we're coordinating with our cities and counties. We're using the projects we have, yet we're still trying to meet the settlement agreement milestone of what ADA ramps we need to upgrade. So we've put a lot of other efficiencies in place that I don't need to get into all the details, but I'll just end it there and see if you need any examples or any more details to the answer to those questions.
So are there questions for Karen? I have one. Is there an actual schedule for thou shalt deliver this many per calendar year or something like that? Like 2,000 a year or 1,500 a year? Or what is the charge? What is the direction under this settlement agreement?
So I touched on it a little bit, and the numbers I have are right now we have 5,370 in design, and those are to go to construction this year and next. In construction right now, we have nearly 2,000, 1,700, and we've completed 2,337. So the ones we did early on, we really tried to strategically make sure we didn't have to acquire right-of-way. The ones with more complicated right-of-way, those are being pushed out a little bit. So yes, we have a plan. We have a whole program that's set up that's looking at this statewide and trying to figure out which projects can move forward the fastest, most efficiently, effectively, and then also what projects are slowing down, because maybe it does make more sense to do it in a year or two when we're resurfacing the road, or combining it with some other work with the city or county and they don't quite have the money yet, or we're delaying the design in order to incorporate the different factors. But yeah, there is a plan in place, and we're looking at, there's executive ADA meetings every other month, and so we're making sure we're on track.
And what's the total number that we're going to do?
So right now, the plan that we have in place shows we have a goal of 9,800. We're trying to get done by 2022. Now, again, that overshoots our goal of 7,770, but that's just in case things don't happen right away, doesn't get acquired, right? Environmental factors come into play. So we're trying to overshoot the goal right now for 2022.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Travis, back to you.
That concludes our presentation. We would request that the commission approve $147 million in additional federal funding for ADA curb ramps in 2021 and 2022.
Okay, that's the proposal on the table. Comments, questions from the commission? Do I hear a motion?
Chair, so move.
Vice Chair Simpson moves approval of $147 million for ADA ramps. Is there a second?
Commissioner Smith seconds.
Commissioner Smith seconds. It's been moved and seconded that we approve $147 million for ADA ramps in 2020 for the 2021 calendar year. Is there discussion? Okay, if not, is there discussion?
Chair, I have one question real quick.
Yes.
So I know that Ms. Rowe said that we are in the design portion of that. And when will that be completed? And it is not being completed by us, it's contractors. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Although there are portions that get done possibly by our maintenance forces or through our maintenance program. But yeah, they're all contractor bid projects. So our plan in design right now, we have 5,370, and our target is to get those done in 2022. And then again, we're working on what are the next plans, and you know, we have a whole plan to get 100% done by 2032.
Okay. And the other question I have on those design build, or I guess they're not doing design build. They're just doing design. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So right now it's design, bid, build. So we design them, they go out for, we have 17 projects that are planning to go out for this construction season or this year in 2021. We have 17 projects. But we are looking at alternative delivery type projects moving forward. I say moving forward, but in the future. So there are some design build projects that are being looked at, and that's one of the efficiencies that we're trying to do. That's something we did do at CDOT is do design build for our ADA ramps. So that is a contracting mechanism that we are exploring and plan to implement.
I'm just asking these questions because I want to make sure we're doing it as efficient as we can. I mean, the cost of these ADA ramps is astronomical.
Yeah.
And just looking at the cost of them, I just don't know that we're doing it the best way we could. So that was just my question. Thank you. I'll talk to staff about this in the future too, with some ideas.
So Chair Van Brockman and Commissioner Brown, it's a good question. And again, I think our goal is to be 30 to 40% more efficient by 2022 with our projects going out to bid. So we agree with you. We're trying to figure out how, where are we being inefficient and how can we be more efficient? So like I said, we have that survey out with the contractors. We're working with them in partnership, and I guarantee you we're going to get better.
Sure. When you look at the price tag, I want us to be as efficient as possible, because if we don't have to put all the money towards these projects, it would be really great. I mean, it gives me a little bit of, I believe we need to do it. It's just the cost of it is, again, like I said, astronomical. And if there's a better way of doing it, I think we need to look at it.
Agreed.
And Commissioners, I would offer that before we come back in March with the final request for approval of either COVID or STIP funds or both for the remaining increment of funding for ADA ramps for the STIP, we'll provide you a little bit of additional information and answer any questions either as part of that discussion in March or offline by email over the next couple of months, because certainly we want to make sure that we are being as cost effective as possible, and we are definitely hearing your concerns about this. We share those concerns and want to make sure we're effective stewards of taxpayer resources.
Okay, thank you.
I definitely agree with Commissioner Brown that they're important to get done. We're under a court order to get them done, so we need to do them. But on the other hand, these numbers are breathtaking in the context of all the other things we've talked about. We just Assistant Director Brower was just walking us through what we would do on the on tolling IBR, and those numbers are 60 and 30, and ADA number I think you mentioned was 237. So that's a whole scale different. I'm not really pointing fingers at anybody. I'm just piling on Commissioner Brown that this is. We have to try and get all of our projects to be as cost efficient as possible, but this one kind of sticks out, and we want to make sure. So I would encourage a report in March that was part of our agenda that just walked us through that in a little bit more detail. Again, so we can be as knowledgeable as possible about a significant amount of money we're spending on an important thing to do, and we all agree it's an important thing to do, and we're under a settlement agreement to do it. But I just think, doing it's one thing, doing it at this kind of price tag is another, and so it's really a question of cost efficiency that we want to focus in on. Further discussion before we vote? Okay, the proposal on the table is $147 million in 2021 for ADA ramps. I will do a roll call vote. Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown votes aye. Commissioner Smith.
Aye. Vice
Chair Simpson.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Unanimously approved. We're going to put a little mark on reporting back in March with further information. Thank you. So we now move, let's see, what I think, let me check in with my vice chair here for a second. I know, Vice Chair Simpson, you are scheduled out on a flight later this afternoon and need to leave the meeting in about a half hour. Is that right?
25 minutes, actually, to be exact.
1:30. So I'm going to ask you whether you want us to take up the consent agenda ahead of this item J, or whether you want to just proceed with item J, and then we'll probably end up doing the consent agenda without your Commissioner Henderson's presence. So I don't think we have time to do, if we do the consent agenda, we'll probably not be done with item J before you have to go. So what's your pleasure? We could try and get there, but
we can jump on to J.
okay. So we'll go to J, and then so we're going to do it in the order it's on the agenda. So Assistant Director Brower, good to see you. You're back.
I am back. So it is time for us to turn once more to the 24-27 Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, which has been a standing agenda item on your agenda for a long time. You're probably sick of seeing us and hearing about this. And luckily, we are now at the tail end of that process, at least the beginning of the end, or really, in a lot of ways, the end of the beginning. We are going to wrap up the first phase of work largely today, and then move into the project selection process after that. So we'll preview the future work. But we have a few things to do today. So Michelle, if you could go to the next slide, please. As you know, you've come through the process since July when you approved the 21-24 STIP. We developed scenarios. We did the analysis on the scenarios. And then last month, you made a decision around the initial allocation of funds among the different categories of funding. So that work stands, and we're not asking you to revisit that in any way today. And so what we're going to ask you to do is to look down a level below those categories, within those categories, at how we distribute funding among the various needs within categories like Fix-It and the non-highway category as well. So we will do that today in a number of areas. Michelle, next slide, please. There are three primary areas that we're going to focus on. The first is enhanced highway, where Karen Rowe will talk to you about how we would think about prioritizing the limited funding. You put $65 million into a statewide pot of funding for discretionary enhanced highway programs. So it's a pretty small amount of money. We need to figure out how we can best spend that. The second area is in the non-highway arena. Karen Criswell will talk about the allocation among modes and programs within those modes. So talking about how much do we put into bicycle and pedestrian versus transit. Within transit, what's the priority between, say, bus purchases or elderly disabled service or funding for urbanized areas? So Karen has done great work assembling the various advisory committees who advise ODOT and the Commission to develop a consensus proposal that she will present to you today. And then finally, in the Fix-It area, we'll go back to Karen Rowe, and she's going to talk about the investments across the different asset types. How much money should go to bridge versus pavement versus culverts versus operations, which is driven largely by the data about the condition and need of the system. And there's a lot of engineering judgment there, but there's also some direction from HB 2017 that will provide us that direction. So today, we do not really need a final official commission decision, formal motion. What we need is any direction from you, a thumbs up, telling us to head in a slightly different direction than what we bring you today. And then we will be moving beyond that into the project selection process. And you won't hear from us quite as much in the next year to year and a half. I'm going to start out, though, talking about unallocated federal funding. So next slide, please, Michelle. As you may recall, when we make our assumptions about the federal funding, we have to look 7 years out into the future and program projects 7 years out and make a guess about what the heck Congress will do that far out into the future. That can be a little bit challenging, as you can imagine, because we only have 1 year of funding. In fact, we only have 8 more months of the Federal Surface Transportation Authorization funding available, and the Highway Trust Fund runs out of cash at about the same time. So we always take a little bit of a haircut because we've seen in the past that when those reauthorizations expire, then oftentimes funding falls for a period of time. We don't want to get into the situation of having to cut funding. So what we do then is we typically have a discussion at the beginning of this process right now about what the commission would like to do if federal funding comes in over and above the amount we've programmed in the STIP, the amount you've allocated in the STIP. Now, that is really more of a planning level conversation that we're going to have today with trying to get direction from you about how we should think about this. Because in the end, if and when funding comes in over the amount we programmed in the STIP due to passage of a reauthorization, a stimulus bill, an infrastructure bill, whatever the case is, then we come back to you with a STIP amendment, much as we're doing right now with the 21-24 STIP. So there's not a lot of pressure in this conversation today. You're giving us a little bit of initial direction that can help us to plan, maybe even help us go start getting some projects ready, get them on the shelf, so that if additional money is made available, we can utilize that. Next slide, Michelle. So we did this discussion 3 years ago at the end of the STIP cycle. So we're coming back to it at the same point in that process. As we laid out in the cover letter, there are a couple things about the scenarios and federal funding that we wanted to call out for how that federal funding will flow. So first, as we went through the scenario development process, we moved $28 million that was shifted out of the other functions category to other needs in the STIP in order to address the concerns about some of those areas where the model was showing negative impacts. So trying to shift as many things green as possible, we moved some of those resources out of other functions. Those are dollars that go into our indirect costs of delivering projects. And so any of that money that is shifted away from that would ultimately hit our operational budget and therefore exacerbate the operational budget deficit that we talked about earlier. So the direction that we had talked about with the commission was that the first $28 million of the unallocated federal funding would restore cuts that were made during that STIP allocation process to that other funds category and get us back so that we're not exacerbating that operational deficit. We also know we heard a lot of concern last month about the level of funding for Fix-It in this STIP. In particular, as we've discussed, the 21-24 STIP amendment could borrow up to $120 million from the Fix-It program in the 24-27 STIP. That funding was reduced from the Fix-It funding in the scenario that you approved. And so what we would like to do as we work through the 21-24 STIP, we will work to buy down that borrowing so that any money that we don't have to borrow from the 24-27 STIP will automatically mean more money for the Fix-It program. And we hope that will address many of the concerns that we heard from members of the commission about that haircut that Fix-It took in order to fund ADA ramps in the 21-24 STIP. Beyond that, though, if there's additional federal money, we wanted to ask the question of you, have a brief discussion. Where did the STIP funding allocation that you approved last month provide inadequate resources? And where should we be planning for directing any federal funding that comes in over and above the amount assumed in the STIP? So with that, I would look to any direction that the commission wishes to provide at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. So I guess I have one initial question, which is, could you give us a potential range or some kind of an idea about what kind of money we're talking about?
Certainly, Chairman Brockland. So if Congress merely holds federal funding flat at the current authorized level, you are talking about probably about $30 million a year, so about $100 million over the course of a 3-year STIP. That's not a lot. However, the bigger money would be if there was a reauthorization bill or an infrastructure package. And then, of course, the question will be, as you alluded to earlier, what is the direction in that infrastructure package or reauthorization bill on how the money should be spent. So we could very easily see an infrastructure bill that provides significant new infusions for, say, climate-related work or equity-related work or electric vehicles or something along those lines. So we always have to balance that commission direction with the direction that comes from Congress on intended use of the funds.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions? Or else just input into how you might think about that $100 million over those 3 years.
I was personally going to recommend to lift up the hood on non-highway. Sorry, I was just coughing. So the fact that Travis, because my assumption is that if all these things obviously do play themselves out in terms of getting some federal resources into our backyard, that I would assume, just based on today's climate and where things are at, there would be more of an intentional focus on, more of a multimodal approach as opposed to just, focusing on the highway system. So that would be my first recommendation, would be to consider looking at that. And then more importantly, before I run out of time, but obviously I want to be involved in this conversation, but I'm curious as to how are we going to monitor our programs overall in terms of how we make our investments. So I guess in a nutshell, how are we going to be holding ourselves accountable in terms of these allocation models and how it ties back to our strategic action plan? And then where does the commission engage with staff in terms of, holding each other accountable in terms of what's the ROI on those investments? So just first thing is, personally, obviously, I think non-highway is an important element. And then the second thing is accountability, metrics, monitoring, oversight in terms of how we're spending those dollars throughout the agency to achieve the areas that we've identified and adopted within the strategic action plan.
Yeah, Commissioner Simpson, that is a good question and point. We're going to be developing a regular report back to the Commission on the progress in implementing the strategic action plan that will include some metrics and information on how that work is proceeding. So that will be a process where we'll be working with you to make sure you're getting the right information so that you can have visibility into how the money is spent, and more important than just how the money is spent, are we actually achieving the goals and outcomes we're trying to achieve? And so that's something we'll be working with the Commission on over the next several years to make sure we're fine-tuning that and monitoring that work over time.
Other
Chair,
comments?
may I speak?
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I guess one of my questions is, if this came through a reauthorization bill, a lot of the non-highway is probably going to be included in that, and a plus up in those areas too. So I'm not sure that I would want everything to go to non-highway, but I think that it's a little early for us. I mean, I have a hard time speculating how I would want it to go, because I think that if there's an infrastructure bill, some of the transit pieces are going to be covered. So then it gets down to the other modes.
And sorry, just to clarify, I wasn't insinuating all resources going to non-highway. I was just saying that would be the first place I would consider looking at. But appreciate that,
okay.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, because I misunderstood you. So thank you for clarifying.
Commissioner Smith, thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with both Commissioner Brown and Simpson. I think it's hard to say now where it should go, because we don't know how much, and we don't know if there's going to be specific direction from the feds. So it's a little uncomfortable to direct the funds now. And so I guess I'd be looking for, we can give you some high-level thoughts, but that if once we know more, I'd like to see it come back to us. And I know that creates some challenges, especially in enhanced, but my sentiment is that it ought to go into non-highway and fix it, because we always get earmarks, so we don't usually get extra money for those types of endeavors. So that's my thought.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I would just add at this stage, I agree that the further we can push out making the decision, the more informed the decision will be. I wonder about the discussion we just had about ADA ramps. If, as we were being told by Ms. Rowe, if we're going to try and find a 30 to 40% cost savings, you might think about whether you could, and if these funds are eligible for that purpose, that you might push some of that spending we've approved for 2021, but in 2022, if we're going to see those kinds of significant savings in 2022, it would be good to essentially stretch the money, right? If you're able to build the ADA ramps at a 30% discount, just to use a number, then that frees up 30% of whatever you're going to spend next year. I think the additional amount was 90 million. If a third of that were saved, that would be another $30 million that could go into this $100 million pool. And then you're talking about how you spend 130. So I just think we ought to be thinking about how all of these buckets are working, and whether we can get cost savings in various of them that generates additional available resources. That's a detailed thought. A higher level, broader, big picture thought is we have a new strategic action plan. I know it covers a lot of territory, but I think it's a place I think that plan should be informing how we're spending money. So I would want to be thinking in terms of going back to the strategic action plan, looking at it and saying, what in here, in a partnership with the agency, asking the questions, how can we move various pieces of the strategic action plan forward with these funds? And it won't be maybe big, huge quantum leaps, but it can be significant potentially in some areas. So I would want to have a conversation that is, and maybe you have to tell us how quickly you need us to move on this, but I would like to look at that plan in terms of funding availability, because the STIP discussion, I don't want the STIP discussion to be driving this. I want the strategic plan to be driving this to the maximum degree possible. We spent a year developing it, so I think we ought to be guided by it.
Great. Well, that is helpful direction and direction that we can take. We certainly have some time, as the first year of the 24-27 STIP really isn't until 2025. So we will not know a lot until later in this process. And you've given us enough that we can start planning for how we look at those investments that might come in the door, compare it to the needs as directed by the strategic action plan and other priorities of the agency, and then bring that back to you in the future when and if the money is available.
And just thank you. And one really quick further comment on my point about ADA ramps. I would want to backload the ADA ramp investments to the degree possible in order to take advantage of the cost savings. So that just makes sense to me. If people are saying to me, well, in a year and a half, you're going to be able to buy this car for 40% less than you can buy it today. It'll still have 0 miles on it, but you'll get it 40% less. So it'll be the same car and it'll be brand new, like a brand new curb cut. Then I want to spend 40% less on that car. And if we can manage the money, so the money goes further, let's manage the money so the money goes further. Okay. Any other closing thoughts, or can we move to the consent agenda?
There's several other issues within this item, particularly around enhanced highway and other areas.
Pardon me. Sorry, I was getting ahead of you. I was getting ahead of the commission. So keep going. Sorry.
Quite all right. Quite all right. We will turn to Karen Rowe now, who will talk to us about enhanced highway.
I now remember it's Karen, and Karen that we're going to hear from.
Thank you, Chair Van Brockland. Can we go to the next slide? So for the record, I am Karen Rowe, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. Thank you, Chair Van Brockland, Commissioners. I'd like to talk about enhanced highway in two different categories. So next slide. So enhanced highway is a very flexible type of spending. Generally, you're saying we can spend this to enhance our highway system. So the key question here is it's a little bit like gold, because you don't have to spend it on any particular category or item. So it has a lot of that flexibility. So we could, this is the question at hand. Do we distribute it on a regional basis? So let's take the 64 million that was approved, divide it up by our modernization formula so that each region gets their set amount. Then that money in each region gets distributed to each act, and then they determine what projects that money gets spent on. But remember that 64 million is over 3 years. Then you spread it over 5 regions and then to different acts. So that money gets spread out and it becomes very small amount of money in each area. Or we could go with the statewide program approach, where you distribute the funding to fund the best projects statewide. And I say the best, you could focus these projects for the strategic action plan, but you may have a more significant project based on the money that you could use based on that 64 million over the 3 years. So the regional proportion spending is each region gets a share. That's a pro. The con would be there's very limited funding. The statewide would be you would distribute that funding for projects, significant projects statewide, maybe get the best bang for your buck, but maybe not every region gets a project. So let's look at that on the next slide, please. So this is what we're proposing, is for the statewide program for these enhanced funds. We think it would be a better use of these funds to do the operational enhancements. We would need to provide some direction on what that looks like. What do these operational enhancements look like? But for example, we could use these funds for key congestion relief projects that could address bottlenecks. It could be an ITS project or even a climbing lane project, for example, in a key area where maybe trucks slow the mobility down. That could be a combination of this freight mobility and congestion relief. So you have more options here. We could look at our strategic action plan, apply the goals, apply some equity, apply the climate lens to see where could we provide that congestion relief, some freight mobility, and come back to you with some projects that we think would get you the most bang for the buck. We really want to be cost effective and in this approach with these funds. And that's our recommendation, is to land on a statewide program that could focus on these operational enhancements. So we're looking for the commission to see if they agree with that approach, or if they'd rather see us just distribute the money on a regional basis based on the modernization formula, or maybe some mix in between.
Karen, can I ask a question? Going back to the last slide, yeah. Slide 7. We go back one. So that map.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting we think about it by act or by region? The 5 regions. I mean, how does it?
I would probably ask Travis, the modernization formula, from what I understand, it goes to each region, and then it gets distributed to each act, and then each act gets a stronger say in how those enhanced funds would be used on various projects. I would say that the acts could have a say on how this money could be used for projects in their area that would be operational enhancements, but not every act would probably get a project. And so, Travis, do you have an answer? I mean, that's my understanding.
Yeah, Chairman Brocklin, in the past, what has happened when we've had fairly robust distributions of modernization program, enhanced highway program funding, it has gone by formula to each region, and then each region further breaks it down by each act and gives them a distribution, and there's some reconciliation. It could be done just at the regional level and ask all of the acts within a region to collaborate on projects. Because it's a small number, you know, $65 million broken down across 5 regions, the further you break it down, the less money is available and the less likelihood that you're going to achieve anything significant, as opposed to just, as we sometimes call it, peanut buttering it across the state, spreading it very thinly with more limited impacts.
And maybe I should have said this in the last segment, but one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is, first of all, farewell, Vice Chair, safe travels. We've talked about tolling, we've talked about RUC, and we may have talked about other funding sources, but those are 2 big ones. And I wonder, I guess one question is whether we should be thinking about investing more and trying to accelerate revenue sources that will give us more revenue. So this just isn't a discussion about sprinkling, whether it's sprinkling or it's concentrating, it's still $64 million around the state. And just trying to manage our way through all this through allocating what we've got and doing the management of cost side. At some point, I think we have to get into the world of revenue increases or revenue diversity. So I guess that's one question I'd have is, what buckets would be available for us to accelerate tolling and RUC if we think those 2 new sources, and I personally think they would, A, diversify our funding pie, and 2, potentially be long-term net positive resources to us, and also resources, frankly, that are more under our control, because we're essentially the tolling agency for the state, even though we really don't have any tolling in the state other than a few little pieces here and there, like the Bridge of the Gods and things like that. If we could actually get tolling and RUC going and we could manage them, then we're not constantly running to the legislature asking for, I mean, we still go to the legislature and ask for money, but we'd be managing our revenue base as an organization. That's appealing to me. So I guess back to the main point is, as we look at these funding pools, one of my questions is, can we invest in some things that will lead to a stabler and more robust revenue side? Because we've definitely got need side.
Chairman Brocklin, certainly. I mean, and that's the investment that is proposed, the 21-24 STIP of $60 million for tolling, is, as you noted, designed to accelerate and move that program forward, so that we're able to get to a point where tolling can help us cover the cost of major modernization projects in urbanized areas. And certainly RUC is something that we're also trying to move forward, that we have received federal grants to develop, and a lot of the next steps around RUC will ultimately depend on the legislature making a determination about whether to move toward that RUC model in the future. So I would say we, per the strategic action plan and our agency work, we are absolutely looking to accelerate those, move those along in a way that would provide us more robust funding streams in the future.
My ultimate answer to this is, if we had 200 million rather than 64 million, then we wouldn't be whether we concentrated it on 10 projects or sprinkled it around the state, in either case, it would be more meaningful. So, you know, then this discussion becomes more interesting because, well, what would they do with the money? And they could really do something. It's ultimately an impact test for me. You know, are we positively impacting the state in some more significant way, or are we just sprinkling a little bit around, or are we concentrating it in a half a dozen or a dozen projects? Either way, we're not really moving the needle that much. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling here for a couple of reasons. One is I don't know that I understand deeply enough how the modernization formula works. And I know I have on my calendar some time to get up to speed on that so I have a better understanding. And similarly, I'm not sure how the statewide distribution would work, funding to the best projects. Is there a, you know, is that analysis done based on our strategic action plan? Is it a process that you already have in place? I feel like we're being asked to make a decision without really understanding all of the implications. And so I'm not really comfortable giving direction today. We also really haven't had a lot of opportunity for public input on these two binary choices. And so I, for one, feel I need more information on how these two options would be implemented.
And Commissioner Smith, I mean, part of the thought today was to get that input from you about whether we go regional or statewide. And then certainly, if we were to do a statewide program, that could be an area where the commission provides some of that direction in that program development phase. So that's why we were hoping to sort of decide, are we veering one way or are we veering the other today? And then be able to come back to you with a little bit more level of detail about what priorities the commission would want to see embodied and how we would, you know, select that best project. How do you determine what that best project is? In terms of the modernization formula, it is a formula based on some direction in statute that looks at the needs across the state and population and a number of other factors. What it ends up with is a little bit over a third of funding goes to Region 1, about a third of funding goes to Region 2, and then the remainder third is spread between Regions 3, 4, and 5. I believe that Region 3 gets about 14%, Region 4 gets about 10%, and Region 5 gets more like 6%. So as you can imagine, when you get down to those small percentages of $65 million, the funding gets pretty small by region if you're distributing by that formula.
And are you saying that it is a statutory mandated formula?
It's a formula that is based on some direction in statute, so that if the commission would have to deliberately choose to do a statewide program, otherwise the default is to send the money out by a modernization formula as directed by statute.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm always mindful of the impact on rural communities when we start looking at a statewide lens, because the statewide lens, it seems almost by default, is going to be looking at bigger projects that are typically in an urban setting. And so I have a little concern about doing a statewide approach that would unfairly or disproportionately disadvantage rural areas of the state. And so maybe if there's a way to do a, quote, statewide approach, but also have a factor that doesn't just pick one urban project, but says, okay, we're going to have a formula or a lens or vetting that assures that not just urban areas get some projects. And that, coupled with a formula or a scoring that looks at this through our strategic action plan lens, and in particular, equity and climate change, I guess I'd be comfortable going that direction if we can put some bookends or direction on making sure that we aren't just picking an urban project in kind of the way that we used to do everything. So those are my thoughts.
So Chair Van Brocklin, Commissioner Smith, I think that's exactly what we're looking for. We're looking for that kind of input. So we'd like to hear that so we can come back and say, here would be our process, or here would be their overall guidance that we would put into place. And like you said, maybe it's a combination of there's a program that regions or acts could ask for money to do something in particular, but a lot of the climbing lane projects could help freight, but in a rural community, you know, on I-5, on US 97, on I-84. So the ITS improvements, for example, on I-84, Cabbage Hill, this last winter or this last construction season that were installed, for example, could be where this type of funds could be used. That'd be an example. So thank you for that input. That's what we're looking for.
And I guess just to follow up on that, I also am very interested in targeting these funds to new technology, ITS, electrification, all of those elements that really are forward-looking, where we have an opportunity to be cutting edge and really positioning ourselves for the future, because under this current administration, I think electrification is coming, and if we are positioning ourselves to be a leader, we're positioning ourselves to get more funds from the federal government. That's my perspective.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we'll see a lot of initiatives in that direction. So I want to make sure we're hearing from Commissioner Brown before we close this up. Julie?
Are you sure?
Yeah. Go.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. Hold on. Here we go. No, right. I'm just joking. So, you know, I think that Commissioner, Smith just, why I couldn't remember Smith and Brown, but, so Commissioner Smith, a lot of what you shared was really a lot of my thoughts. I think that one of the things that we need to remember is we're putting a lot of money into the urban areas. Through tolling, through, you know, we're trying to capture these to take care of a lot of congestion problems, to take care of bridge problems, to take care of all these different things. And I think what we are going to hear, or what I'm going to hear as I move forward with the acts and being kind of the liaison and listening to what they have to say, they're going to feel like we have left them completely out, that we no longer want to hear what the rest of the regions have to say, and that they're not going to receive any money. And I realize that it may be a small amount when, you know, Travis and I have these discussions all the time, and it's like, well, it's such a small amount, it doesn't matter. Well, you know what, they're used to small amounts. They're used to spreading peanut butter, and they use that money to leverage a lot of times. So I think that we need to be thoughtful in our process. I like Commissioner Smith's approach to thinking about doing something maybe differently in the rural areas, or the regions 3, 4, and 5 versus 1 and 2, where you have your larger urban areas. I guess the question I have is on the statewide distribution funding and the best projects, you know, you're saying that the commission will have a say into maybe how the process works. I think that we need to have a process that is really transparent. I think we heard that this morning, that people want us to be transparent, that we just don't make a decision that we're going to take this money and put it into tolling, or we're going to take this money and put it somewhere, and that the commission makes that decision. I think that we need to hear from constituents across the state who tell us how they want to see this. Do we really, I mean, it's important that we look at congestion, and it impacts freight. When you get to the bottlenecks in Portland, I hear from down here south that they can't move their product. So I think that there's a way of doing this. I'm just not sure that I'm ready to say this is the correct way of doing it. And I would definitely not say regional over statewide or statewide over regional. I think that we need to, I know that staff's looking for some direction here, but I think I need to think the process through a little.
Yeah, that's fair, Commissioner Brown. I think that we should provide additional input once we've had a few of the briefings that Commissioner Smith was referring to that are on various people's calendars. We've had a little bit more time with this. You know, I think all of these ways are important to think about. You know, how do we make impacts around the state? And there I'm talking about geographically, but I also want to underscore what you were just saying, Commissioner Brown, about, you know, when the Joint Committee went out in 2016 and surveyed the state, and Tammy and Greg Cantor from Northwest Natural co-chaired that panel, what they heard from every part of the state was the #1 transportation issue in Oregon is Portland congestion. That's not a geographic lens. That's a one state lens. And, you know, that's a heavily an economic lens. So we're in a deep recession. We have a lot to climb out of. We're talking about major impacts. Just one example is, you know, our gas tax receipts. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of indices that show how we're down economically. And then, you know, I was in a meeting with a couple of people in Hillsborough, local government officials, who were telling me that they had 2 significant companies who are potentially employers that would bring a lot of employment to the state, said that they've kind of taken Portland off their list because they just can't get through the Portland region. And so that's not a homer comment just because I live here. It's about, our responsibility is to the entire state. When you have people in Pendleton and Medford telling you, my biggest problem is I can't get my goods through, can't get to the airport, or I can't get to the trains, or I can't, and I need to get my stuff that I make in Medford or Roseburg or somewhere through Portland to my bigger market, which is Seattle, then it's a Medford problem. And so I do think we have to be really transparent in our conversations and in our thinking, and I just think we need a lot of information to do this correctly. Now, that's not really talking about the 64 million. But that is talking about when I say investing in new resources. We're not funded to set up tolling up here right now. The chart that we were shown this morning showed it was $300 to $400 million to set up tolling in the Portland region as a kind of an estimate that's on that chart. And we don't have it. It wasn't in-house till 2017. We don't have a dime of it. And so we can't set up toll. And then tolling, I think, is going to be an important revenue source for addressing congestion. And it will largely be paid by Portland area people, because they'll be the ones who are on the roads, and the freight community who will be running through Portland. So, you know, I think we ultimately, if we got that $400 million and could set up tolling, which is the plan, then we could start to raise revenues that are substantially paid by Portland area residents that would help solve arguably at least a regional and I think state problem, which is congestion. So I think we have to think strategically like that. And we could keep spreading around $64 million every year and not do very much. That's that. And I recognize that $1 million in a small community is a lot of money. So I don't discount that. And I had this conversation with Commissioner Smith and I think Commissioner Brown. So I'm just trying to think statewide, but I'm also trying to think about what are the real impediments to progress in the state. And one of the big impediments, unfortunately, is Portland Metro congestion. So, and nobody here doesn't want to deal with that. I'm not suggesting that. I just think when we start talking about investing money, I think we need to invest some money in revenue raising mechanisms that are not available to us today. I don't think we will solve our problems simply by status quo on revenue. And you're a big proponent of this, Commissioner Brown, I know that. Status quo on revenue and trying to spread the money we're going to get around while the state's population grows and its problems get worse. I just don't think it will work. And I don't particularly like going to people and asking them to pay more, but I think we're going to have to do something here. The one other thing I would say is when you get into something like tolling, you broaden the base of payers, which the state desperately needs to be doing, because we shouldn't pay for everything we invest in. And if you have people running through the state and through the Portland region that pay, for example, a toll, then you're broadening out your base of payers. So I think that's an important point too. So anyway, these don't lead to any really epiphany conclusions other than I want to get tolling stood up. I want to get RUT going if it will make for a stronger and better revenue base. And then if the issue, if we needed to be doing something in Lakeview, or we need an investment in Redmond, or we need something going on in Baker City or LeGrand, let's spend the money there. And I'll be the first vote.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could just add in a few comments or things for consideration.
Of course. Director, we haven't heard from you today very much.
Well, I think I might have some of my IT issues worked out, at least momentarily, so I'll talk quickly just in case I don't. So, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, you are bringing up the exact topics, and I know it feels a little awkward right now because you're almost talking in the abstract, right, for things that aren't well defined quite yet, and you're really talking at a bucket level. But I want to reassure you that this is actually helpful for us, because I think left to the status quo argument, we would simply spread the money by formula and say that we've done our job, right? And that's actually the most straightforward and easiest way to distribute the money, but it may not be the most beneficial way across the state. The other that I would say is this: the questions that you're posing, I think, are spot on, because it forces us to put on the record, I think, the things that we were hoping for out of the discussion. As we think about a statewide approach, I actually think there's benefits to a statewide investment approach so that you can get more bang for your buck out of some of those individual projects. And I don't just think about those in the urban setting. In fact, I think about things like Cabbage Hill coming online many years sooner from an ITS perspective, because we aren't cobbling funds together. We can actually dedicate funding to a project like that. It's those kinds of things that my hope would be part of the dialogue, I guess, is one. The other piece that I would say is this: this is a difficult conversation, because you are talking about $65 million roughly, when you really know that you need 10 times that, if not more than that, in order to do the things that we want to do across the state, and frankly, the things that are in desperate need across the state. So this is helpful for us to frame up not just more recommendation and more thoughts as we come back to you, but also to frame up how we would answer questions to go get the relevant data, because we do have the data out there. There is an element of priority here, and we certainly do want this to comport to the strategic action plan because of that level of work that went into that. And so I think this is really helpful for us to bring that back. The last thing I'd say is I think this is a more difficult conversation than maybe in years past, and that has everything to do with the fact that it is in the abstract still. And the reason we're raising it at this point now is because we don't want to spend all of our energy going down a formulaic approach, if in fact there is a way for us to look at something to get more buying power, more bang for the buck. There's a level of cash flow and urgency in some projects that may afford you the ability to act on them sooner in a statewide approach versus if you've spread the money too thin to be effective. So all of those are relevant questions, and I think, at least from my perspective, what I've heard today is really helpful, even though I'm sure it's been a little bit chaotic for you as you've been discussing that. So I'll pause on my comments and just thank you for the deliberation, because it really is helpful for us.
Thank you, Director Strickler. I just, on your comment, one thing that would be really helpful to me would be to see a list of the top 10 or 20 projects not in the Tri-County area. I would like to see what are the top 20 projects in the other 33 counties, and not even talk about the Portland region. What are they? Because we've spent almost every meeting we talk about IBR, Rose Quarter, Abernathy Bridge. Now, part of the reason we do that is because the state legislature told us to go do those things, except the Interstate Bridge, but I view that as a state blessed project too, frankly, even though it's not in 2017. But maybe we need to spend 2 hours talking about what else we need to know about. I think we may, I'll just speak for myself. I feel like I don't know as much about that as I'd like to, and I'd like to.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and for the whole commission, we are happy to bring that back because that is an important dialogue. The other part that I would suggest that we bring back, which makes it a little bit more difficult, so I'm committing Mr. Brower and Mr. Cooper here to something that they're going to have to work with their teams on. But we also need to come back with a conversation around what does investment actually mean to implementing some of these projects. And what I mean by that is, if we had $200 million to throw into tolling today, would that actually be helpful today? Or is that more helpful in 12 months, right? And that's the kind of conversation that we have to be talking about. We have to have those long-range plans, but what we don't want to do is we don't want to suggest a scenario where we dump a bunch of money into a project that just sits until we can get it ready for construction, because that's not a good use of our cash flow either. And so we want to be able to have that discussion with you as well.
Commissioner Smith? Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe I'm operating under a misunderstanding. Am I to take that we already have the list of the best projects statewide that we would pick from, or are we talking about coming up with a new way of analyzing statewide projects?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Smith, I'll answer that in this way. I think we have, and I would roughly categorize this as about a third, a third, a third. I think we have a solid list based upon what we know about the current fix-it capability we have across the state for projects that are good. And I recognize we're talking about the enhanced category, but pairing some with the fix-it makes sense in some of those categories. So I think we've got an understanding from a technical perspective about where our deficiencies are. I think for about a third, we have these long-standing project lists that have been around for, I would say, long before I got here, and maybe even decades, depending upon where you are in the state, that we have a good idea that says these projects are really important and ones that we need to find a way to get up on the priority list because they're significant. And then I would say the last third is going to do our homework. Where are the areas where we would get most bang for our buck if we invested in some of these projects? So there is some judgment in this that is a little bit different than a straightforward technical process. And that's as it should be because of the strategic action plan and because of the priorities of the commission. We want to make sure that those types of recommendations that we bring forward comport to those things that you find valuable as you're setting the vision for the agency. So not a straightforward answer to say we have a rock solid criteria, but also it's not completely lacking kind of content and sideboards at this point. Is that helpful? Or did I just create more confusion?
Oh, maybe a clarification question would help. So if we said we're leaning towards do a statewide approach using our strategic action plan as a lens through which we are picking projects, what would you do and what would the next step be?
So I'll give the 30-second answer, Commissioner, and then leave it to the others to describe if they've got other process pieces in place already. But I would say this. We would not be able to turn around a list to you today and say this is the project list that we would fund with that amount of dollars. What we would do is we would say we want time to go do our homework, to look at these priority projects, that kind of second, third category that I mentioned before, that have been on the list for a long time, see whether or not we still see those as priority projects, but then also look at what other types of projects that we have on the system that are known deficiencies meet the strategic action plan, and we would bring that back to you. And I would say that would take a little bit of time for us to develop that list, which is, again, the awkwardness of having a question of how do you want to spend the money before you know what the list is, right? And that's completely understandable. Travis Cooper, did I get that right?
Yeah, I think that generally is correct. I think what we would likely do is look at developing a series of criteria to be able to determine what is the best project statewide, and then do something of a call for projects across the state after, of course, talking with the commission about whether those are the right criteria based on the strategic action plan and other needs, so that we wouldn't just be looking at the projects we already know of, because particularly with ITS or other technological innovations, there may be some things that are new and emerging that we would want to bring forward. So we would have a fairly lengthy and thoughtful and deliberate process, starting with development of those criteria, continuing with working with the commission to ensure those are the right criteria, and then measuring our projects against those criteria to come up with a final list.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Smith, don't want to belabor it, but I would just add a couple of comments as I'm listening to this conversation. What I would add and remind the commission of, again, this is Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for ODOT for the record, is we've gotten clear direction in the Strategic Action Plan on applying an equity lens, on applying a climate lens. But the how of actually developing those lenses is still in progress, right? So when you look at something like the strategic equity framework that Assistant Director Perkins talked about today, the goal, as I recall from the Strategic Action Plan, the strategic outcome is that by 2023, we want 100% of all of ODOT projects funneled through and incorporating this framework to ensure that we're getting voices of all those affected community members weighing in on the impacts of the proposed project to them. So that's one tool that we're working on. On the climate front, there's tools right now being developed to better understand what are some alternative materials that we can use for some of our projects that would have beneficial impacts on the emissions reduction front. And we're also gathering a lot of data about our baseline and what kind of emissions are we producing through the way that we're currently delivering projects, which all plays into this conversation that we're having right now, to my mind. And so it feels to me like it's a little bit of we've gotten the clear direction that we're applying these lenses. We are certainly intentional about that, and we've got the intermediate steps to get there. But that's going to be over the next couple of years. And as we have to concurrently wrestle with coming up with a project list that best meets the need of the state with the tools that we have in their current stage of development. I know it's not a super satisfying answer, but I think that's the reality, is that we have these two things that are kind of operating in tandem and developing at the same time. So I just would offer that as well.
Well, thank you, guys. It's helpful, and I appreciate the questions that the commissioners have raised. I think this has been a valuable conversation and one that we should continue. And I would encourage us to continue it a little bit in the February meetings with the individual commissioners, just to drill down on it a little bit more. Maybe not so much around the 64 million, it's just around conceptually, how do we want to approach these things? One other thing, and I want to refer back to something Commissioner Smith said that I think is very important. I think we are moving into a period of change at the federal level. And I don't know where that goes, how long that runs, but you could see infrastructure getting some momentum as maybe something that parties could work on together, and that may provide an opportunity for us, given where our members are located, 2 full committee chairs now, Senate Finance and House Transportation. So I just think we ought to be ready And I thought Commissioner Smith's comment was a really good one. It's likely some of the initiatives in this will be in some of our areas in our strategic action plan around equity, around GHG reduction, around those elements of our plan. And if there are programs that come to life, we want to be ready to spring if there are opportunities. So specifically what I'm suggesting is I think we ought to have something on the shelf if something comes forward on GHG, if something comes forward on electrification, and you guys know that list as well or better than I do. I think we should have on the shelf in your 3 offices and other offices at ODOT 10 projects or 10 initiatives in various areas that through the grapevine from Trevor and others you're hearing starting to pick up some momentum, because I think this shovel readiness, I think what we're going to see if something like that happens is that the new administration and the new Congress are going to want to see, be able to point to stuff, be able to say, this happened. We invested this and we have a result. This is something I keep talking to Chris about. We're being given this big new transportation program. The public needs to see something come out of it. And if you sprinkle it too much, then that doesn't happen. But my point on this is federal program, federal legislation that leads to some opportunities. What I don't want to do is Oregon is thinking about it, while Illinois and New Jersey have proposals sitting on people's desks at DOT. We don't want to be slow to the trigger. We want the gun coming out of the holster in a hurry. So that means really looking at that now. And if the percentages are low, if Trevor says it's not going to happen or it's very unlikely to happen, I'd still have 5 or 6 of them up on the shelf, because I would say I wouldn't have predicted a lot of things that would happen in American politics in the last 5 years if you'd asked me 8 years ago. So, all right, let's move to our last item. That one ran a little long. Okay. We're not done. We're not done. I haven't heard from the.
No, we're not even halfway through quite
We're
yet,
not done. All right, well, then we need to shut up and listen to the rest. Karen, please.
So sorry, Chair. So Chair and Commissioners, I think we had some good input there. I think just to remind you about the overall process. Again, this is 24-27 STIP projects. And what we're going to do is we're going to be looking at a whole bunch of projects this year and then identifying them in 2022 and then coming back in 2023 to show you what they are. And again, this is my first time through with Oregon DOT, but it is an organic process. There, like you said, we don't have those projects right now. And some of it may be, hey, we have a lot of non-highway funds and we can add some fix-it, and then maybe there's an opportunity for something else. The other thing, and the chair mentioned this, is you could use this money to leverage federal funding. So that's something that I saw at CDOT is, there would be a local who says we have $5 million here, we have money here, then we could use this enhanced money to help leverage a federal grant. So we'll come back to you. I kind of like the idea of maybe some regional money, and then some of the Region 1 and Region 2 becomes a bigger pot of money, and that's something we move forward with. So I think we got some good input, but let's go to the easier category, or I say easier, it's still underfunded, everything's underfunded, right, is our fix-it category. So if we can move to the slide with fix-it. So again, this one is underfunded, just like Enhance is underfunded. We're all underfunded here, but I wanted to just step through the process for fix-it, and then I'm going to hand it over to Karen Criswell to talk about non-highway. And again, you got to look at the big picture of all these different funding sources. So I'll make this fast. Fix-it has data. We collect data. We look at our asset conditions. Mainly, we have data for our bridges, our roads, and our culverts. And then we take that data and we evaluate what needs to be done where. Let's go to slide number 2. So this this is the step 2. We get the data, then we analyze it, and we come up with strategies and requirements. So for example, with pavement, we look at interstate and we make sure we do improvements on the interstate, and then we look at what's remaining and we send it out to the regions to look at what they can do for their pavements. For bridge, we use all these different, look at all the different plans here. These are all different ways that we determine how to put money into different things and how to spend those funds. So it's a really, you know, all of our assets are declining. So we're just trying to hold them together, really. And we're trying to make sure to make strategic decisions as to where those, where to invest those so we can allow the best bridges to stay in place. There may be places where we don't have enough money and you need to load restrict a bridge. So we want to make sure to do that in a way that is minimal impact to the users of the system. Next slide. So we use a lot of those guides that you saw on the previous page, and House Bill 2017 has certain requirements. So House Bill 2017 was very specific on how we use bridge and seismic money. So this is the minimal amount we can, the minimal amount we can put into bridge and seismic based on House Bill 2017. So then you see a large portion of funds, 300 million going into pavement preservation, 77 million into operations. So these are our capital operations projects. These are not our call centers so we have ITF. We have unstable slopes where we can fix those, signs, signals, lights. And then we put 50 million into our critical culverts. We identify them as poor or very poor, and we try to make sure to fix them before we get big sinkholes. So as we know, our assets are declining. We're in this triage mode. We spend this money based on data. This is a very data-driven process. We still coordinate with the regions and with our acts in order to make sure we're spending it where it needs to be, and again, partnering it with other source of funding to get the most out of our projects. So with that, I'm closing off on the Fix-It programs, and I'd like to hand it over to Karen Criswell to go into non-highway, but commissioners, I'm open for questions.
Any questions on the Fix-It subcategory or category? Okay, on to the next Karen.
Well, the next Karen is a new moniker, but I'll go with that. Karen Criswell, I'm your Public Transportation Division Administrator. I think first off, what I want to share is that our stakeholders and our division are just extremely excited to have this additional amount of funding for non-highway programs. And I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about the process we use to get to the sub-allocation that's before you today, who we engaged in that process, and then finally I'll run through the sub-allocation amounts and the programs. Next, please. So for the first time for ODOT, for this particular phase of STIP development, we did convene a cross-section of stakeholders from our modal advisory committees as well as some of our programs. So public transit, bike ped, transportation options, safe routes to school, as well as our rail advisory committee. And we pulled together some representatives from each of that group with the goal of building a shared understanding of which projects and programs are eligible for STIP funding, what the needs are in each of the modal areas, and really encouraging them all to think about the needs of the broader multimodal network, not just from the needs from the particular seats that they are sitting in. We did have a goal of getting to a consensus recommendation, and I'm really pleased to report that we were able to do that. So it was a really impressive conversation, if I can say so. As part of that process, our team developed a proposal for the stakeholder group to consider. And in building that proposal, the considerations, the things that we thought about in developing it is what has been the feedback that the advisory committees have given through this process? What kind of feedback has the commission been receiving? what are our various needs based on the modal plans as well as the strategic action plan priorities, particularly in the climate and equity lens arenas. What is the relative availability of other funding options? So transit with the STIP fund has a pretty good source of funding there that there's pretty good potential to be able to enact additional funding if the legislature chooses so in the future, versus bike ped who does not have the same opportunities currently. So that was a factor we considered. And then we also considered the ability of our existing staff within the agency to deliver these projects and programs. Next, please. So I think one of the things I first want to mention about this when you're looking at it is it looks like a lot of rows, a lot of small programs, a lot of inefficiency, and I want to disavow you of that impression. Just because there's a row doesn't mean it's a separate standalone program. We will be looking at the most efficient and effective way to deliver these programs, working with our partners, working with our advisory committees on development of the programs, or in some cases amending some of our existing programs as we go through the program development process in the next phase of this work. So the suballocation list is broken into two parts. There's the discretionary portion where the OTC has broad discretion. There's the mandatory or required portion where there's some pieces that we are required to allocate in a certain way, but the commission also has some discretion to plus up those programs. So I'll start first with the discretionary non-highway suballocations. I think that generally the allocations focus on adding funds to existing state or federal programs, such as the off-system bike ped program, the Safe Routes to School infrastructure program, transit vehicle replacement. We also zeroed out the AT leverage fund and instead plan to create a new ODOT bike ped strategic program that will enable us for the first time to really focus on bike ped infrastructure projects that are the areas and the projects that are most needed on the state system. Again, using all those various lenses that we've already talked about in terms of project prioritization. We'll be able to focus on addressing priority corridors and network gaps that are identified in our active transportation needs inventory, as well as the multimodal priority network work that we're doing for the strategic action plan. So what you should know about what is in the active transportation needs inventory is that it's a data-driven exercise that prioritizes gaps based on 6 factors, which include safety, equity, demand, connectivity, existing conditions, and local plan priorities. The other high level, so I think that's sort of the suballocations at a high level. I'd like to just walk through a few of these programs now. So probably a couple of things that you would notice and where we see some pretty big increases from the 21-24 STIP to the 24-27 is the off-system bicycle and pedestrian program. And that program, in combination with the Safe Routes to School ODOT infrastructure, as well as the Safe Routes to School HB 2017, are the 2 programs that really enable us to do grants for local agencies for local projects. The addition of the $10 million for the ODOT Safe Routes to School infrastructure, currently for the HB 2017 state funds, ODOT competes along with all of the other local agencies. So by carving out $10 million for ODOT projects, that enables more local projects to be funded in the state-funded projects. Let's see. We've plussed up a bit the Transportation Options Program, which is really focused on reducing single occupancy vehicle trips, helping people to understand what their transportation options are. We've added $15 million for transit vehicle replacement. The commission had done that previously in the 17-21 biennium, not in 21-24, but we're bringing that back for this biennium. And then we've added $1 million investment for us to do our work for feasibility, site selection, and preliminary design of a passenger rail maintenance facility in the Willamette Valley. This will position us to apply for federal funds more successfully in the future. Let's see, next please. Then in the mandatory non-highway suballocation areas, there's our current estimate, there's $4 million that we are forecasting for the Transportation's Alternatives Program. That's funds that go to Oregon State Parks for construction of recreation trails. We've plussed up the mass transit program, which is transit vehicles for large urban transit providers, and the transit elderly and disabled, that is plussing up that amount somewhat, particularly for that subset, and that's traditionally we would flex that towards capital projects. Then you see the estimated 1% for the bike ped state funds. And then you also see the current estimate and forecast for the HB 2017, the state Safe Routes to School infrastructure funds, and that's projected at $45 million for the 24-27 STIP. I think with that, I can take a pause and see what questions you might have.
Thank you, Karen. Questions? Commissioner Brown, our expert.
I was going to say, and boom, that's how it's done. Thank you, Karen.
What?
No, I actually went through this list earlier with Karen after the advisory committee had worked on it and was very impressed with what they were putting forward. I think that part where it shows what it's being plussed up is helpful to the commission to be able to see where the money is going. So thank you. You guys did an excellent job, and please pass on to all the committees that worked on this our appreciation for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
I agree, Karen. This is really nicely done and very transparent. So I appreciate the transparency, which we've been talking about all day, and it's a good example of it.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Smith, do you have questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. All right, Karen, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chairman Brock.
Yes.
Apologies, Chairman. I think I'll bring you home. I think I've got the last slide if we're there yet.
Okay, thank you. We had a little detour in the middle of it, but I think it was a useful We're getting there.
Yes, sir. Well, as the Director Circula mentioned, yeah, it was certainly useful from our perspective. So thank you for the feedback. I'll be quick because I know we've spent more time than we anticipated on this item. But I did want to just run through the next steps for this STIP. So as Travis mentioned at the beginning, we're going to move squarely now into the project selection phase. It will take over the next 18 months. That will be the bulk of the activity when it comes to the 24-27 STIP. We're going to be working closely with local jurisdictions, advisory stakeholder groups, as was touched on a little bit earlier, to develop this list. And as I mentioned before, this is happening concurrently as we're developing the lenses, the filters, or whatever you'd like to call them, to ensure that these project lists aligned with the strategic action plan goals. So we're going to bring that progress back to you, but it's going to be under the rubric of the strategic action plan and not under the rubric of the 24-27 STIP, likely, unless we get different direction from you all, until really the latter half of next year. Let's see. We're going to then come back in late 2022, we'll come back and talk about the project list in the middle of 2022. And then towards the end of 2022 or possibly early 2023, that'll be the time that we come back and ask you all we'll have conversations about it as much as needed to develop and refine and finalize the draft project list. And then we're going to enter into, that will conclude phase 2, really the project portion. So we do the program portion, the project portion, and then phase 3, the final phase, just as a reminder, is really that public engagement phase. And that's where we're going to solicit that public feedback on the list, the draft list, incorporate that public feedback back into that list. And then in the first part of 2023, in the middle part of 2023, we'll come back to you yet again, and we'll have a chance to talk through that list, share with you what the public has given us and how we've incorporated it, and then ultimately give you the opportunity to refine and approve that list so it can go to the feds by late 2023. And of course, all this while we're also going to be starting the next STIP process in the middle of the cycle, just to keep things confusing, but that's the way it goes. But just wanted to run through a bit of the process. But again, 2024 to 2024/7 STIP, not going to be a lot of direct conversations on that, likely until the latter half, middle part of next year. But we will be talking about how the lenses we're using to develop the list consistent with the goals that you set out for us. So with that, I think happy to answer questions, but I think that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Cooper. Questions? Okay. I do appreciate the conversation we had, even though it added time to this item. And I think that was useful. It was useful for intra-commission purposes as well as department commission dynamics. Okay, so we move now to the last item, which is the consent agenda. On the consent agenda are a number of items. There are two I want to flag, and then we'll talk about them briefly, and then we can take up the approval of the consent calendar. So this first one has come to me kind of late, and Mr. Brown is going to help me with it. This is item 9. Approve resolution to transfer jurisdiction of Cornelius Pass Highway from the intersection of US 30 to the Multnomah, Washington County boundary at about milepost 5 to ODOT for jurisdictional transfer agreement number 845. Apparently, there is a slight misdescription or misstatement, maybe is a better word. And so I'm going to have Cooper quickly summarize it for you so we get on the record what we're actually considering. And so it's a friendly technical correction from Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, apologies for needing to make this correction, but a late-breaking recognition of a wrong date in this document. You'll see there highlighted that this jurisdictional transfer, as agreed to with the county, is to take effect on March 1st of this year. The documents that were posted previously, I believe, had today's date or your action as the date that this transfer would go into effect. So a minor but important piece of this. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of. Our apologies for bringing this back to you at this late hour, but that's the change.
Assume no questions or no concerns. Please speak up if you feel differently, but it's just correcting it to get it right. The other is in item 10. In item 10, we had is the approval of the construction funds for the 2 Connect Oregon projects that were approved in 2019, Treasure Valley Reload Center and Mid-Willamette Valley Intermodal Center. I had prepared a short statement on the record, which you have seen before. I don't think I need to read it to you, but this has not been changed since you saw it. I certainly give you a second to reread it if you need to, but I would like to adopt this into the record on item 10 of this month's consent calendar as a statement that was approved by unanimous consent as a kind of history on our decision on this, and which outlines our essentially reserving our rights. These are also in the grant agreement itself, these concepts, but I did want to get something on the record from the commission that we could turn back to if we get to a point where we need to claw back funds from one or both of these projects. So any questions on this? Okay, so I would look for a motion to just approve this by unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve this on a unanimous consent.
Is there a second?
Second, Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith seconds Commissioner Brown's motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in, well, I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. We're now ready for a motion on the consent agenda itself in its entirety, all items.
Commissioner Smith moves approval of consent agenda items 1 through 10 as amended.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Brown seconds.
Commissioner Brown seconds. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. Commissioner Smith, do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith votes aye. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Any other business before the commission today? Hearing none, we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
You too.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.